Yeah, pleasure actually talking to you as your GM.
Yes.
Is there a name I should call you or just as your GM?
Dave. Dave
Dave.
works.
All right,
Hello.
cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Since we all kind of GM, you probably shouldn't call me GM. So just Dave is fine.
All right.
Oh, let me mute the stream. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're absolutely fine.
There we go.
Let me get.
Okay.
Let's see.
Slight issue of protocol. Whenever I play with my players, I always insist that they don't create characters with names that start with the same letter.
Oh, really?
Oh, we've got Alejo and Aiden, and now I'm going to be a little confused.
Gotcha.
Ah,
Well,
I
you can go by my username. That's fine. Just Gray works.
Gray? Okay,
Yeah,
Gray. Okay.
that'll work so that we can not have so much confusion. Okay. There is that for chat purposes. Okay. Hello, Timothy. Good to see you.
What's up, Timothy?
Okay. Let me.
Hello, Tim.
So, how's everyone's day?
It's been all right. Just kind of been getting stuff together, getting this thing for you done, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Recovering from an illness.
Thank you, Tim. Thank
It's
you.
good.
Yeah, I did not realize you were describing a Nosferatu at first.
Oh yeah.
Because when you were describing them, you were talking about how they were like deformed, and I was like, "What is this JoJo ass character?"
Yeah.
Because I was imagining someone had like part 5.
Yeah.
I don't think I could ever play Vampire the Masquerade.
Mhm.
It was ruined for me many years ago because my sister, she actually got to see the live show of Phantom of the Opera,
Oh, okay.
and they have that one song, Masquerade, over and over and over again.
Oh no.
Unfortunate.
That's I
So
wish
I
that...
can't hear Vampire the Masquerade without saying it, Vampire the Masquerade.
I can understand. It's very unfortunate because I love Vampire. It's so good. Honestly,
Yeah.
I have a great time with it.
My user says I call him Gray Man in spite of the fact that you were in black and white.
That's right. Hello. Yeah, I picked the name long ago, and then the avatar came later, and it just, I don't know. I like it, so. I don't know, man. I have to say, by the way, I very much enjoy your Muppet kind of profile that you've got going on. It's very fun.
Thank you.
I was watching your intro to I think it's like different styles or starting
Campaign formats.
Yeah, campaign formats. That's it. Yes. I was watching that and just seeing your eyes just moving around and everything while you're talking, and I was like, "Oh, that's great. I love it."
I remember like there were a couple of Sesame Street Muppet characters who
Yeah.
had like the googly eyes that would move on their own. Jim Henson called that residual movement.
Yeah.
Because he would always give characters either wild hair that would kind of sway around as their head weaved, forward to backward.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah. It's great. I love me some Muppets, so it made my day really. But yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great95.
As usual, I'm your second host, Captain Chiral,
And,
aka Aiden.
And of course, we have our special guest here. Why don't you introduce yourself?
How do you do, everyone? I'm Dave. On YouTube, you can find me as your GM. This is actually the only social media I use. You cannot find me anywhere else.
Oh, well, there you go.
I do videos on pretty much whatever I feel like doing, which often involves tabletop RPGs, but also just thoughts on cartoons or making cartoons or things like that.
Yeah, I was gonna also say I checked out some of your animation, and it's neat. It's neat little stuff. I'm a fan.
Yeah.
How long have you been I know you said you were on YouTube for about 5 years, but how long have you been doing just the animation stuff, I suppose?
Almost the exact same amount of time.
Cool.
I bought a copy of Moho Debut back in like April of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a vector drawing program.
Oh.
So you don't like sketch with it. You can actually take circles and kind of deform them and stuff like that, and squares, outlines. Like this figure of mine is actually really simple.
Yeah.
But very gradually, I kind of got into more and more features of it, and got to the point where I could, make figures and actually just make whole cartoons. And I've even incorporated some Blender assets, some 3D assets in the later ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I saw you talking about Blender at one point, in something else, and then I saw some more 3D assets in it was the compilation of Hot Fuzz, but it's 40K.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I was I was pretty.
5-year claim to fame.
It's quite a nice little thing, honestly. I like it. Um, but yeah, I guess the other thing to establish, I suppose, is your experience with TTRPGs. I know that looking at your channel, you've talked about Dungeons and Dragons and such, and you also do the Star Wars one, as far as I've seen.
Yeah, the Star Wars. It's currently published by a company called Edge, which is a subsidiary of Asmodee. They picked it up from Fantasy Flight, who used to be the publisher.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been playing that for about coming up on 4 years. It'll be our 4-year playiversary with my current game group.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a complete pickup group actually, and we're all great friends now, and we celebrate each other's little milestones as we meet each week. We tell each other, hey, this has happened to me, this happened to me.
Cool.
Well, rough spot this week, sorry, but
yeah,
it's a fun bit of fellowship now.
That's good. That's good.
Nice.
As far as the system of itself, I absolutely love it. So there's no numbers on the Star Wars dice.
Yeah,
it's all symbols.
Yeah, it's like successes and failures and complications, if I remember right.
Yeah, success and failure, and then there's the icing or the decay, which it's advantage and threat,
yes,
which are kind of like minor bad stuff and minor good stuff. And then there's triumph and despair, which are major bad stuff and major good stuff. And these can actually come up in combinations too.
Okay.
So you can fail and have a triumph.
Right. Okay.
Which can be fun depending on the skill. Like if you're trying to buy a blaster or something and you're trying to get a discount, you roll negotiate. You roll your yellow and green dice and you get no success, but you get the triumph. As the GM, I'm like, sorry, buddy, I can't give you a discount on the blaster, but tell you what, I got a couple of these spare grenades. Let me put my name on them.
Oh,
Okay.
Tell them Boomer sent you.
Gotcha. Okay. That's cool. Okay.
Right.
And then I guess the other point is just how long have you played D&D?
It's been off and on. It's never been steady. I had a live game in 2019. That one was pretty good. It was about 3 regular players. We had to call it quits after about 30 sessions because I moved across the country.
Yeah.
And COVID was kicking off, that sort of thing. So we all just kind of collectively agreed that we got to stop or we're going to get each other sick or something.
Yeah.
But it's been off and on because I've moved around a bit over the years. Starting, I guess, around middle school, because even before middle school, like you'd get a copy if you were in the Scouts, of course, and you paid your $2 a month. You got a copy of Boy's Life. I don't know if either of you remember that. But
I was in
Boy's
Scouts.
Life was one of the biggest recipients of TSR's advertising dollars.
Oh,
I did not know that.
I didn't actually know that either because I didn't pay for it. I just got them on occasion and I didn't really look at them much.
Wow. Well, like back at the time, I mean, like I'd pop that thing open and there'd be like ads for Buck Rogers and Spelljammer, and I'd be like, "Whoa, what kind of game is this? This doesn't look like a board game.
Yeah.
This doesn't look like Life or Monopoly."
Yeah, it's fair. Well, yeah.
Really quick. I just learned that you were a 40K fan, Dave. And something I like to ask of 40K fans whenever I meet them is, tell me about your favorite factions. What's your favorite?
My favorite faction are the Sororitas because they are cute. And that is all.
That's fair.
I actually do kind of want to start a Sororitas army.
Hell yeah.
Before too long. But a lot of times whenever I move, I'll go to the store and I'll ask them, "Hey, what does nobody play?" And then I could be the army that nobody normally gets to see. Like if you're the only Drukhari player at a game store, and even if you're bad at painting like I am, like people will want to see your models anyway.
True.
It's like, oh man, I've never seen these assembled before.
Yeah, so I don't have an interest in the tabletop game. And that's largely because I don't have an interest in painting minis because I know I would be dog shit at it. But there is a chapter of Space Marines, the Carcharodons, that I've been doing more and more research on. And I watched my first How to Paint a Carcharodon mini last night. And I was like, maybe one.
Yeah. It's pretty simple for Space Marines.
There are so many tutorial resources on YouTube these days. Like if you in the 90s, like you'd pick up a copy of White Wolf and there'd be like 6 pictures. Here's how to paint a Space Marine. Step 1, assemble. Step 2, question mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Step 6, look how great it looks.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, Robbie is here. Robbie's one of my players.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, Robbie. Yep. TSR and Boys Life. Also, Marvel Comics and DC Comics. They were big advertisers of TSR products, Dungeons and Dragons.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Boo might be taking the night off. I don't know. He was feeling rather weak because of going back onto keto. So we'll see if he pops in later on. I hope so, but we shall see. If not, that's all right. But anyway, tonight Dave here was talking about the using board game mechanics in your games. So I guess I'll let you open the floor with talking about it a little bit if you want.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, all gaming is simulation, and all simulation has to have some abstraction in order to be manageable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can try to accurately simulate running a business, but you might as well run a real business if you're going to do that, because there's so much work in trying to simulate that for your player characters. That's a lot of work. But I've learned that I can take things from some of my, favorite board games that I've collected over the years, and I can reapply them to the gameplay within the games that I run.
Mm-hmm.
And they're simpler for me. They're simpler for the players. They're very streamlined. Are either of you into kind of the modern board gaming scene that's really exploded over the last 20 years?
I was gonna say one of our friends, his name is Brogan. He's known at Ones on YouTube. He's a big board game guy, and I like board games a lot. And whenever he's like, "Hey, do you want to play board games?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I usually get introduced to a lot of these newer games, or at least some of the games that I've seen from channels like No Rolls Barred as well. They do board games every week, and I like to keep up with those, just because I like what they look like, and I've bought a few games based off that. But I guess keeping up with it is only to that extent.
Yeah, I'm in a similar position of my board gaming pretty much extent is if I'm hanging out with Brogan and he says, "Hey, do you want to play a board game? I've got something fun." And I was like, "Ooh."
Okay, yeah. Well, I'd love to hear about his collection sometime.
Oh yeah.
But there are so many things that you can take from these games and kind of repurpose them for your own. I mean, and of course, kind of D&D has kind of done this in reverse at times, where they've taken the D&D license. You can get D&D Monopoly these days, D&D Clue, D&D House on the Hill, and there's also Lords of Waterdeep, which is not very great in my opinion.
Really, I really like that game. Oh, okay.
I mean, it's got great artwork. I'll give it that, and the layout is really good and stuff, and it's easy to understand too.
Yeah.
They're definitely, I'd say, deeper worker placement games.
Oh, for sure.
Out there.
Yeah. I would say so.
Somewhat drier too, though.
Okay.
I sent you that image of the Agricola board just for fun, but
yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, that's actually might be a good place to start. The 4 images of for the board games that I play that kind of gave me things that I could run in
Yeah.
my own tabletop games.
Let's go for the learned from. So yeah, this one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll admit I don't collect modern board games as much anymore because I live in a smaller community now, so there's fewer people to rope into games, live games.
Mhm.
But I'm playing a lot more online now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good board game sites that you can go for. Why is this not loading? Okay, well, I guess I'll get a new image and do that.
Yeah, sweet fudge. Electronics. But while we're waiting,
Yeah.
speaking of money from the last week's episode, I ran a scenario arc with a couple of my players last year. Have either of you ever seen a movie called Brewster's Millions?
Brewster's
I don't think I have.
It's a Richard Pryor movie from like 1984, 1985. Basically, he inherits $300 million, but with the stipulation that he has to spend $30 million in 30 days.
Oh, okay.
And he can't like throw the money away or burn the money or destroy the money or things like that. So
Right.
He has to like account for every dollar that he spends. And the goal of this is like the person who was letting him inherit this, he wants them to be sick of money, disgusted by money.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually ran this scenario in Star Wars with a couple of my players. One of them just has an old boss that says, I'm going to give you 12. Look, you can have my entire inheritance, but I'm going to give you 10 days to spend 12 million credits.
Gotcha.
All right.
It was good fun. We can come back to that later, though, if you want.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
This is Agricola. This is not in English.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what that language is. Off the bat,
It might be Dutch or German.
Gotcha.
But Agricola is a worker placement game. It's kind of similar. I wouldn't say similar to Lords of Waterdeep, but
No.
yes, players get like they get a pair of workers and they get to place the workers on those spaces to collect things,
Yeah.
of course. But over the course of the game, like cards come out that take up the spaces that say round 1, round 2,
Mhm.
round 3, and they're randomized every single game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And also, when a space doesn't get picked, the value of it increases. Like if there's a space with a pumpkin on it and nobody takes the pumpkin, well, the next turn that space gets 2 pumpkins.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like fun sort of resource management game. Agricola is actually pretty popular among people who are into worker placement games.
I was gonna say I played. Actually, Brogan showed me this game. It's pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
I like it. Or it's either this or it's something that is very similar to this. Seemed very similar in the sense of you needed to get food and such for feeding your people and all of that shit. But yeah,
it might have been either Stone Age or Caverna.
Yeah,
which are also kind of worker placement.
It's one of them for sure. But it was a ton of fun. I liked it a lot.
But like, if you want to simulate, going out gathering resources in the wilderness, or scrounging for things, this is a way you can simulate this, and you can like put challenge, like make one space like a really high challenging one with a high reward, different space with a nominal reward but a nominal challenge. Let the players pick. It turns into an opportunity for them to discuss with each other and kind of let the DM sit back and let them think it over, that sort of thing.
I'm always a big fan of like new ways to introduce like player agency.
Well, another reason I like these things is that, number one, a couple of other reasons. One, they give them the players a break from the established mechanics. The decision is no longer about what skill or talent or feat should I apply next. Oh, here's a slightly different game that we can play in here that uses slightly different mechanics. You have to think a different way, and that's kind of fun.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that it is good for getting players outside of that headspace, I guess, of what D&D kind of puts you at. It's also one of those things that you got to make sure that your table buys into, obviously, right?
Oh yeah.
It's cuz like as much as I like the idea of doing a worker placement game, I might be like, well, now I just want to do the board game. Sometimes, like it's one of those things where I think to a degree you got to be careful with it, just because it might outshine what's going on at the time. I don't know. But that's
I've
I'm
actually
just
heard of that happening in other games too.
yeah.
On I think on DM Academy, like DM will let the players play blackjack with their
Oh.
gold, and like that's they'll spend the whole session just playing
Yeah,
blackjack.
because that's fun.
Yeah, it's intense. There's potential for earnings.
Yes.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and
I-
and it's a good thing to do for sure. But obviously, that's not always going to happen in the sense of like everybody's just going to get sucked into it. So it shouldn't be seen as a deterrent for it, obviously.
Oh, Tim had a question right quick
Oh
about
yeah,
whether or not the player characters could donate the money and boost these millions.
yeah.
They were allowed to donate up to 10% to charity,
Oh,
but they had to spend the rest.
gotcha.
Well, but what made it fun though is they had to go out and look for really stupid charities like
Hmm.
Doctors for Starships.
Ah,
Yeah,
that's
I
pretty good.
would make up these really dumb charities, like these really shady charities.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like if they rolled to look for charities and they rolled really bad, I'd give them like, "Hey, just give me the money. It's fine. I won't tell nobody."
Right.
How far was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember when we were on the topic of introducing game steer campaign like blackjack where it
Mhm.
takes over the whole session. I remember for the Devils and Dice campaign,
Oh yeah.
Boo and I worked on a card game called War Master.
Yep.
And it was basically like a 3x3 grid of rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
But it took up the majority of the session because we were having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get into playtest something. You get to see all the components.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like an unboxing when you think about it.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. You get to see all the pieces for the first time. You smell that newly printed ink. That's actually part of the appeal of board game collecting. That new box smell.
Oh yeah. Oh. Plus, I just love how they feel. All the components and everything. They're great.
Yeah, the satin tiles and the
Mm.
cards and the clatter of the dice.
Mm-hmm. It's good shit.
Okay, on from Agricola, I think.
Yeah, we've got Forbidden Island. Is that what this is?
Forbidden Island. I own this game. I have played this game over 50 times with my wife.
Okay.
What this game does is it simulates a sinking island.
Ooh.
So the island tiles you see there, if you look just to the right of them, there's cards, and those cards match up with those island pieces. And every turn, each player has to flip 2 of those cards from what is called the flood deck. And whichever card comes up, you take that tile and you flip it over. You flip it over. There's a blue-hued version of the tile with to represent the fact that it started to flood.
Okay.
And the fun part is, if you look on the lower left, there's another deck of cards which are kind of resource cards for the players. One of which says the water rises. When you pull the water rises, you take all of the flood deck cards that you've already drawn, you mix them up, you put them on top of the deck, the draw pile, to represent the fact that places that have already flooded continue to flood.
Okay.
Because if a card gets drawn a second time and that tile hasn't been shored up with sandbags and things, that tile goes away. It's no longer accessible. So you can use this to simulate like a sinking island, a temple filling up with sand, a spaceship crashing. Sorry.
Yeah, I really like this.
Yeah.
And this is a cooperative game too.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been developing a custom race for my campaign. They're nomads who walk across the ocean, and I've been trying to find fun things for because the players can't walk across the water, so the players would be on ostensibly a ship, or on rafts carried by the nomads, whatever. But I've been trying to come up with sea encounters for them. So a sea encounter where the ship is sinking would be most welcome.
Yeah, and you could use these spaces as parts of the ship and everything. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Randomized compartments. Give each compartment a card.
Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing you go through a dungeon and it starts to flood or something, parts of it are collapsing or something
You've
or
activated a trap and
yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Or you could even go on a more macro scale and say that this is a representation of the continent. You know, parts of it are getting, you know, destroyed or flooded or whatever over time. You know, and you have it be a bigger time scale, obviously, in a way.
Yeah.
But like just to represent, oh yeah, you guys were here before. Well, it's gone now. Like you can't go back there. It's gone, man. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, I can see a lot of potential for that for sure.
And also, what another nice thing about, I mean, modern board games, they can get really expensive. For Forbidden Island, $20. It comes in a tin. It's great.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
I love playing this with my wife. We've probably played this a good 50 times.
It looks
And
neat. Yeah.
yeah, you don't have to follow the exact game mechanics either. Like every character can shore up an island to like cover it with sandbags to kind of get it to flip over back to the good side.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, if the wizard says, "I want to cast Cone of Cold to get blocks of ice to keep the water from coming in," I'd say, yeah, that's a perfectly viable thing to do. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And the other reason I like this mechanism is because it kind of takes some of the control away from me. That way, I'm not 100% in charge of the effect. It's a surprise for me too. I like mechanics that are surprising for me.
Yeah, I get that.
As the DM.
That's fair.
All right, let's go to the next, and that's
Sure.
Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard. This one is really easy to. Well, I'll say Forbidden Island is easy to implement in a real game, like an in-person game. Scotland Yard. What's great about this is easy to implement in like a VTT. This is a hidden movement game.
Oh yeah, it's like the Jack the Ripper one. Whitechapel.
Jack the Ripper, Fury of Dracula.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of a precursor to those. I chose the goofiest, most kiddie version of it. The map is covered in numbered spaces. All the players start on spaces, and Mr. X, or whatever he's called, picks a different space at random, and you can either walk, or you can take cabs, or you can take buses. And over the course of the game, the simple victory condition is land on the same space that Mr. X has.
Right.
Mr. X is at. The game also comes with a very unsanitary baseball cap in the American version.
Oh.
Which you should clean between games.
Okay.
It's so you can hide your eyes. So,
Oh, I see. When you're like making where you are.
Yeah. This works great in a VTT if you have one of those, because of course VTTs have visibility flags and capabilities. You can set a character for invisible or for like 0 opacity, something like that, and you can run hidden movement games in one of those a lot easier than you could in real life. But if you have a numbered board, you could run this in an actual in-person game too.
Yeah.
And again, you can apply your magic spells and feats and talents. Like the wizard says, "I want to can I cast fly and get an overhead view of the city?" And you think, yeah, maybe I can find a way to implement that mechanic. Sure.
Right. Yeah. Like they can see a number of squares around them or something like that. Like it's like a grid of like a 3x3 grid basically. Something
Absolutely.
like that. It's yeah. I can see that being pretty easy.
Or cast detect person and you get kind of a general direction and distance.
Yeah.
I'll admit I've never really considered implementing board games into D&D, but I really like the sort of the style of thinking that comes along with like, oh, we'll take things from Scotland Yard for this part. We'll take things from like what was the Sinking Island one?
Forbidden Island.
Forbidden Island. We'll take ones from Forbidden Island for this arc. I really like that.
And it gives you a good baseline to really draw from, honestly, because it's got all of these mechanics that are already in place, like you said before.
It's a fantastic way to add some easy depth to your game.
Yeah, true.
And all of these will have been extensively play tested by the publisher too.
Also
so the mechanics are fair.
Yeah, very true. Timothy says, one board game I want to play one day is Camel Up. It looks fun. Yes, Camel Up does look fun. For sure. And things like that you could implement, like, just because, I think of, what was it?
Dragon Up.
yeah, well, isn't it Tomb of Annihilation module for D&D, they had a literal like dinosaur race that was going on or something.
Ooh, yeah.
So you could really easily just go, hey, camel up, let's do it. Fuck it, Why not? These are the dinosaurs. Go for it.
Well, if you've ever seen Camel Up, the game pieces are designed to nest on each other.
Yeah.
So if your camel ends in a space where another person's camel is already at, your camel gets to climb on top of them and join them on whatever spaces they go next.
It's a fun little time, honestly. I don't know why I keep saying little, Jesus. But yeah, no, it's a good time. And it'll end up in like this weird thing that you keep going to if you use it for a bunch of different kinds of races, but it would be a fun addition to like one or two, maybe, don't want to use it all the time necessarily.
And another thing I'll offer up about adopting board game mechanics is that it's a pretty good substitute for like an actual like hide and seek with the players using just the D&D or just RPG mechanics would actually take a lot of time to manage. But by implementing like the Scotland Yard's mechanics, you can streamline it, and it takes. Although if you're having fun, by all means, have it take up more time.
Oh yeah, 100%, yeah. Yeah, I think honestly anything that we can implement that'll make it easier for your GM to really just be able to run the sessions easier is probably good. When it's something like this that's actually tested and you can really go, oh yeah, this will just work. We can just take this out of the box and actually do it, and it'll work. That's great. And it also like takes the players, as you were talking about before, of like taking the players out of that headspace for a second to get them to interact with your world in a different way as well. To see it more as, well, it's not just your role, like you're still role playing and everything, right? Obviously, and you're still utilizing your skills and everything, but it's not just another combat, right? Like that's the main mechanic that really just keeps coming into play for at least D&D. But then you get something like this and it's like, whoa, okay, wait a minute, the city's like actually like a big thing, and it's got all these people around here and everything, and we're just looking for this one guy amidst all these people. Whoa. It's
like it's a way of forcing your players to reevaluate the approach that they take to the game in the world.
I've drowned installing a French drain. What?
Rob, we're gonna have to talk tomorrow.
Let's see. Hearing this sparked the idea that taking the Abomination Spawn from my friend's Contact Xenos game would be great for a horror game. Take too long and death will find you kind of deal. Yeah, true. Very true.
Oh, absolutely. A mummy instead of a gene stealer, running around. Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, Alejo, how about a board game stream with Dave and Brogan? We could do that. I mean, if both of them have time,
Not today. Maybe later on.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a today thing, honestly. Well, next week we're doing the 24-hour stream, because we've done 200 episodes, and we got to do stuff. So if you ever want to come by and just hang out for a while, maybe we'll do some board game stuff or whatever. We'll just talk about things. During
but also
time.
Halloween. You got to make it your Halloween stream.
It is also going to be the Halloween stream because it's the one before Halloween. Halloween doesn't fall on a day that works for the actual show, unfortunately. So it will be the Halloween stuff as well.
And as we all know, Halloween is YouTube's holiday.
That's
like
true.
All the best YouTube content comes out on Halloween.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we aren't making ours on Halloween itself, because it's not going to be the best.
I should say October. October is like a general month.
Yeah. But yes, so yeah, you're absolutely welcome to come by if you have some time during that time.
Sure.
It's going to be 9 p.m. to 9 p.m. So,
Oh, jeebers.
Yeah.
Well, if it veers into Sunday, I'm going to be playing my own game.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Absolutely. Like, if you only have time for some of it, that's absolutely fine. Don't you worry.
Okay, that's good for Scotland Yard. I think I had one more board game.
Yes. Treasure Island, is this?
Treasure Island.
Yes.
The other island, I should say. A lot of familiar components in here. You've got these things that look like GM screens. You got a map, dry erase markers.
That's cool.
Yeah. So this game actually uses a couple of nautical navigation tools. The wooden tools right next to the map. Those are
Yeah.
actually dry erase dividers. You use those to draw large
Oh.
circles and things like that.
Oh,
So the
cool.
plot of this game is that this sort of GM-like character is playing Long John Silver, and you're captured in a tower, and the other players get to beat you up and get clues from you about the location of your treasure, which is located somewhere on the map. And each of the players gets their own mini map, and which they get to draw on and things like that. But and the clue cards are things like, is the treasure on the west half of the island or the east half of the island? Some of them are just that broad. But other clues can include, is it within 5 miles of one of the lighthouses? Is it in shallow water? Is it in deep water? You can reference different characteristics on the map. So like as a method for interrogation / navigation, this is kind of some interesting, a bit more complicated, I'd say, than the others, but like as a way of implementing interrogation and navigation, this is a pretty good set of rules. A little complicated though.
Well, that's
a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, actually, absolutely. I like this. So it incorporates a little bit of that hidden movement kind of aspect as well, I assume, because of all the screens and the mini maps.
Sort of. So the players, they have their own maps, and they can record where their searches have been successful and where they failed. So at the bottom, you got that little treasure chest. So if a player searches somewhere, the Long John can say, "Oh, you didn't find anything." But also, Long John can put like a treasure in that box and then hand the box to the player, and the player opens it up, and it might have the treasure, or it might have like just a token in it, like for an extra dig or for an extra search or something, and that gives Long John that buys Long John extra time to get back to the treasure himself.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting.
Right. So it's sort of like a race.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
The players are competing instead of working together.
Right.
Got you. Okay. I had assumed they were working together.
Yeah. If they're competing, we can. So, that's interesting because I mean, obviously, you can make it so that they aren't competing, right? Pretty easily.
Yeah.
If you need to do it for your game, but you could obviously put in like a contest kind of thing of just they're competing and they're trying to find as much treasure as possible, or the treasure. Like this is just a side game thing that they might find a special magic item or whatever. It doesn't have to be a fantasy thing. Obviously, you can do this for whatever. But yeah, I like it.
But any VTT that supports drawing tools, you can or radius, circle drawing, line drawing, those sorts of things, you can implement something like this pretty easily.
Yeah. Okay.
So many new board games that I had not heard about. The only one that I was familiar with was Scotland Yard. And that one by name only.
All right.
Yeah, the volume. I had to stop collecting just because if you really get into it, there are players who have dedicated board game rooms in their houses.
Yeah,
just lined with shelf after shelf after shelf of boxes.
Yeah, it would get a little much at some point. But
I'll typically only buy a new game if it has a unique mechanic that I'm not familiar with, that I kind of want to see how it works.
That makes sense. Yeah, I just remember I saw Concept. I don't know if both of you know of Concept.
Oh, that's where you like use symbols on a board to give clues.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's literally you pick from a card usually a word or a phrase depending on how hard you want it to be, and it has general concepts on the board that you just place, your main idea and then supporting ideas and little tokens to support those supporting ideas or the main idea or whatever for the concept, and try to get people to guess what you're going for. So like, an elephant, easily enough, you put, your main thing on an animal space, a supporting thing on a gray space, and maybe another supporting thing on one that means either tall, big, or something. Like, they're all very vague.
Africa, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like a bunch of these things that you have to get people to guess. based off of that vagary, and then the person who actually says it out loud gets the point. And it's probably one of the most fun games I've ever played, just because I like the idea of trying to get across an idea when everybody thinks so differently, and it's just so fun to figure out how people think, kind of, and see where things go. It's a blast.
Yeah, a collection of actually. I've sometimes thought there's a couple of different abstract sort of art games like that.
Yeah.
I've thought about using that as a way to execute divination in D&D.
Ooh, yeah.
Like the player asks the questions, you can like you got that concept board, and you can
to like handle the vagaries of it. I like it.
Yeah,
That's
and
actually
have either of
that's
you heard of
fantastic.
Mysterium?
Yes.
Yes.
So as a different way to run divination, like you could hand the player a couple of those abstract art cards,
Yeah.
the ones that you think best represent the answer to their question.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh.
Robbie says, in an old D&D campaign of mine, we used Savage Worlds D6 system when we were on a different plane.
Oh yeah,
Nice. Makes sense.
Yeah, I like that because, like, of course things go different. You're on a different plane.
Yeah.
probability
I
works
really like
different
that.
here. Normally we have a linear chance of doing things. Now it's a bell curve.
Exactly. But yeah, okay. What about now we're going into the next section, I think, here.
Okay.
I
These are games that I've run with my players.
want to say, okay, yeah, so these are in tandem. So we have
Yeah, those two go together.
Okay.
And this one, it's fine to start with this one.
Okay.
So one of my players in my first Star Wars game, he wanted to start a spy network, which as a task, that is something that could be an entire campaign by itself.
Yeah.
That is a massive undertaking. So I created kind of a mini game for him. So as he's walking around, in the world, making contacts using actual role play and gameplay roles, those contacts become these cards that he can use for the end game mini game. So these are different contacts that he had at the time. Tan Imwa, like I said, was a black marketeer. Jim the Constable, of course. Jim the Constable. Underqualified Jim.
Always love an underqualified law enforcement man.
Yep. TK426, a stormtrooper. Elon Rom, the power. Well, I mean, you can read all these things.
Yeah.
But these basically provide bonuses for the role that he gets to run at the end of the game. If you switch to the next image. So the next image represents all of the different, or some of the different, I should say, struck governments or institutions on the world of Broom, which was the made-up world that we ran on. Town called the Pinnacle. So you got like on the government, you got the Imperial Navy, the Pinnacle government itself, corporations, industries, and crime, because there's lots of crime,
of course,
on in the Pinnacle. And these represents the difficulties of. So each turn he gets to pick a skill. He gets to choose an institution that he wants to infiltrate with his spy network, and he rolls dice according to the skill that's listed as the difficulty. It starts at the bottom. So, like for instance, he never got into transportation, but like entry-level spy network into the transportation requires a piloting skill, and he has to roll 3 purple dice as his difficulty. So if he succeeds on that, he slays his way in, and that like unlocks a talent that we called Grease a Few Palms, where he could spend some credits to get information from that team. So this worked out really well for us because we got to play the game normally, but his role play integrated into his mini game, which integrated back into his gameplay.
Okay.
And it was short. It was like 30 seconds at the end of each session, and it just gave him a spy network that he could bribe or coerce into doing things for him. He really took over Cullen Core with all of his coercion checks.
Good. Yeah, no, I like that. It's really as you said, it doesn't take that much time. I can see that, which is super nice, because then it just goes along with the game, right? Like you don't have to stop, and like there is something about doing something with a completely different game as the core of the mechanics, right? But there's also something to be said about having something that runs in tandem that doesn't take any time, that just works with what you're
Yeah.
doing.
Absolutely.
And I don't know what I'm more of a fan of, I'll be honest, because I like both ideas, but I think preference-wise, I would say something that doesn't necessarily need a whole different thing is something that I like to have, like, or I would like to implement, you know? Just because
Yeah, this
the
uses the
flow.
existing gameplay mechanics. It's
Yeah,
just a minor implementation. And also the fun thing about this is this was something that was just for his character too.
right.
It didn't take a lot of time. It was just for his character. It kind of gave him something that set his direction apart from the rest of the team.
Yeah,
He wasn't the only one who got a minigame though.
right, of course. I assume that, you know, you made it especially for each of them, right? Because each of them has their own specialization, or at least whatever they wanted to do.
Not all of them wanted mini games. I
Oh,
made mini
okay.
games for I think about half of this team. Most of them were mainly interested in the meat of the campaign
Gotcha.
instead. But
Okay. Well, that's cool.
yep.
Yeah, I really like the idea of just laying out and dispensing mini games as just like optional fluff, like
True.
what you do for a one shot, basically for one person. Like Alejo met with me today for the Vampire the Masquerade game that
Hmm.
we're doing, and I just did my own content.
Hmm.
I really like the idea of just having a mini game for like like, oh, this is the Boris mini game.
Right. Yeah. No. It
Uh,
it it also helps with, like, I think it also can add that relaying of information between characters, make it so that it's a little more important, because what they share and what they don't share is something very interesting. It really shows who they are and how they trust and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and the network, the contact network, that was his
Yeah.
corner of the gameplay too. So if the other players had to interact with him if they wanted to, hey, can you bribe someone into finding out this? Can you borrow some equipment from this faction? That sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it gives them more of a I guess not necessarily power, but you know what I mean. Just like something more for them to make their character feel more special, you know? And I
Yeah,
think
they
that's great.
interact. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Also, by the way, Dave, I should probably explain what I mean when I say the Boris minigame. um, in the Devils and Dice a 3.5 campaign that like the TableTalk crew did with a friend of the show, Brogan. My character's name was Boris, whose whole thing was seeing things and being stealthy.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I say the Boris minigame, like there were a few times in the campaign when I went off and did my own thing to like scout an area or
Yes.
something.
Yeah.
And I really like just moving to a system that's not the D20 system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually kind of noticed that certain player builds, certain player classes, one of the challenges that I've always had is whenever you have a stealthy character, a spy character, a ranger character,
Hmm.
you have these moments where you kind of know that they will function really well on their own.
Yeah.
But if you just play that with them, it kind of leaves the rest of the game, the player characters with they just become spectators for that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
That's the
really,
challenge of a rogue.
yeah, it really depends on your table how much they will enjoy that aspect, because I know that at least for me and the rest of us, we like to actually just view when other people are doing stuff, because it just is nice to see. I don't know, it's just cool, right? I get to see what my friend is doing with their character,
Oh
and
yeah,
I get to see what's going on, and but my character doesn't know. I know that, but like at the same time, oh god, I hope he comes back.
yeah.
But yeah,
All of my games have been pickup games,
yeah,
that's probably more of a challenge for me because there are players who do not like to sit around
exactly.
and wait at times.
Yeah, and I can
But
understand that
playing
entirely.
with friends is of course very different from playing with a pickup group.
Very true. Very true. Okay, what is this next one we have here? Code puzzle.
Okay. I should offer up a complete failure
Ooh.
of a mini game. So the white squares in here originally had different symbols that were intended to be components of the Jedi code, and also a very large number of false symbols. And so the idea is that the players were going. This was a very like Arthurian legend sort of Jedi game, with puzzles and if you wish to cross the bridge, you must answer me these questions
Yes,
three
exactly.
type of stuff. Of course, this was a flop. Because the idea was the players would walk from square to square, following the symbols that most closely match the Jedi code. But it was kind of unclear. Hey, because of course some of the diagonals, if you walk a diagonal, you're going to be walking over some other symbols. Is it okay to walk over those other symbols? And I suppose a lot of that was on me. I was a bit unclear about the parameters of the puzzle. But not every mini game is going to be a big success.
That is true.
Not every puzzle is going to hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
They can't all be home runs.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if I reran Court of the Force, I would definitely modify or just get rid of this particular puzzle.
Yeah. What was it? I wish Boo was here because I would prompt him for it, but since he isn't, I'll speak for him. Something I rarely get to do. But
Speak in Boo's voice.
Can't go that far, unfortunately.
Okay.
But yeah. So he ran a Call of Cthulhu game for us. And I remember one of the puzzles that he did for this one was, I want to say it was some sort of cryptography or something like that, that we were trying to figure out. And we spent, I want to say, a good 10 minutes on it or something. And we were like, oh, okay, is this how this works? Is this how this works? All this kind of stuff. And then he went, oh, shit. Oh, I messed this up. I didn't do this, and oh, this doesn't make any sense actually. And we were all like, oh, that's okay. We can skip it. It's fine. That sucks, but whatever. And I remember it was one of those things that it was just like, damn. At least I think he felt that way about it, because he was just like, I didn't want to disappoint you guys with this. But yeah, it's one of those things where when you run a puzzle, it's even through playtesting and stuff, and even through hoping that your players are going to understand everything and engage with it, that there's always that chance that something could go wrong with it, whether intentional or not, right? Or unintentional, I guess. But
Yeah, if you've got a buddy GM, maybe especially if it's a puzzle you've never tried before, try ask them, hey, do you think you might run into some complications? Are there things I need to make clear to the players if I'm going to run this? Also, don't ask your players to do Sudoku.
Oh God, no.
In general, like tabletop RPG players are probably above average intelligence, because of course there's stats, there's tables, charts, maps, cardinal directions, things like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you can do Sudoku and crosswords and
Right.
cryptograms.
Yeah.
Those are very detailed skills.
Well, it's one of those things where you try to make it a simple thing, right? But I think we've talked about it many a time about puzzles, in fact. But for these ones specifically, you do have your end state usually. That is this is how you go through the puzzle, right? But usually with puzzles, you have the ability to go or to do it however you want to, right? Using whatever skills and such you can. And or at least it seems like, a lot of these things, at least at the moment, are very fluid with how you can approach them. Though, I mean, I guess with your example here, it was a little bit less so, would you say?
Yeah, this just bombed.
Yeah. So, oh, sorry, go
on. Before too much is said, I just wanted to say, Dave, piggybacking off of your point of asking Sudoku of your players. I have a tangential note. I have somewhere I'm going with this. Let me cook.
Okay.
I've been playing through 2019's Control recently. And one of the things that I really enjoy about that game is it takes a lot of sort of escape room like aspects to it and brings that into its gameplay. And I've actually been taking notes as I've been going because the game kind of encourages you to do that with how much you need to remember. And it's pretty fun. However, I did encounter one puzzle last night, and I forget what the details of it were, but it was basically a children's game.
Oh.
And I kept flubbing, and I was like, "Oh no, this is what we make fun of players in D&D for." Of like, oh, come up with a game that a 3-year-old can solve for your players in a dungeon.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of things that, well, there's also the opposite end of that, where you create a puzzle that is just absurdly easy. Like the players figure it out instantly. They figure out the optimal strategy very quickly.
Yeah.
I actually have a video about that.
Oh, that's exciting.
One of my gameplay moments. Actually, let me link that. You can show it a little later in the.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can do
A
that.
little later in the episode. It's. Let's see here. It was a couple of years ago, but
okay. Yeah, send it in, and I'll add it to the
add it to the queue.
That's right.
Sure.
While you're doing that, Pizza Funk said, how does Dave feel about how a player solves a puzzle? Like, does he prefer the puzzle done in character or out?
I prefer in character, but there is a reality that the reality is the players are probably going to be using their own intelligence.
Yeah.
For the puzzle.
That is true. I don't even understand Sudoku on a conceptual level. That's fair shit. I get that. Sudoku is cool, but I'm not that good at it yet. I like Sudoku. I haven't done a lot of Sudoku though. Puzzles are hard to pull off in D&D. Hello, Lacrimal Quietus. Hello. First off, good to see you. But also,
they can be, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's one of those things where, like I was saying, that we've talked about it before. Puzzles are one of those things where you put a challenge in front of people, and yeah, you can come up with solutions and stuff to it, but you also have to understand that the players are going to try so many things potentially, right? Like so many things that you haven't even thought of to get through it. And as long as you're flexible enough to say, "Oh yeah, that would work," like if it would work, in a way, then you can go, "Oh yeah, this is one of the answers. That's fine. Let's go for it," right? Because you don't want to have it so that it's a frustrating halt to your game, right? As long as you can make it so that everybody's able to like get through it however they need to, it'll work. You can obviously, if instead of going through the puzzle, they just smash it to bits, well, potentially they break whatever they're trying to find or whatever. As long as you have consequences for their actions, that if they're something extreme or something like that, that you're implementing, then I think it's not that hard. But I don't know. Potentially.
There is that, yeah, that you mentioned that rare third option, the player finds a way to circumvent the puzzle or subvert the puzzle.
And honestly, it's one of those things where it's just like, as you're running it, you just go, "Oh, wow, good job." Because at the end of the day, I think we all just want to see everybody succeed and go through the story that we've kind of created for them.
Oh yeah.
So, there's no need to like enforce a certain way or anything like that, right? It's just a nice little thing to go, "Ooh, you did wow, good job."
Yeah. But enough of the checkered puzzle failure.
Indeed.
I think I've got one or two more.
Yeah, so this is the Empress Tita Market? Or Teta?
Yeah, this was my implementation of Hidden Movement.
Oh!
This was a map that I placed in Foundry VTT.
Wow.
Two of the players had just come out of Carbonite, but they had the Force Sense power.
Okay.
So I gave them Tremor Sense, so they could see around corners, sort of. But all they could see were like outlines. They couldn't see anyone's identity. But the other two players, they had normal vision, so they couldn't see around corners, but they could make out who was who. And so it was kind of like that video game Ico, where you're dragging that woman around by the hand.
I haven't thought about that game in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like a Pac-Man map, but functionally it is kind of a Pac-Man map.
Right.
But yeah, as a variation of hidden movement, this actually worked pretty well. The players were able to sneak from the east side of the map to the center, which is kind of where the market was. They hid in a tent until like guards passed by, and then they headed west to one of the government's buildings where they could steal a speeder.
Cool.
So yeah, this is something that actually works a lot better in a VTT than it does in a live game. But it's an example. Also, Dungeon Draft.
Also,
great
like,
software.
Yeah, like I really like how you done shadows.
Yeah.
Manual shadows. Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I haven't looked into Dungeon Draft at all. I didn't even know about it until I saw it as a thing that you had in one of your videos, but I hadn't checked it out yet. That I like all of that. It looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is actually only half the map. There's a rooftop section because Foundry VTT supports Fog of War.
Yeah.
And you can, instead of making that just a color like black or gray, you can make it an overlay PNG.
Oh.
So the areas that are visible from above are clear, but the rooftops only disappear when you walk underneath them.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
And in the center, there was a giant tree.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say that.
Okay,
That's a
not
stump.
gonna lie, I was looking at it and I was like, "What the fuck is this sun?"
Yeah.
I'll do that sometimes. I'll put a stump, and then on the overlay map, I'll put a tree.
Gotcha. Okay.
I need to get a cat off my desk here right quick. 1 second.
You're good. Let's see.
I'm on this. No, you're being in trouble.
God, I know that. My cats literally came into my office when I was sleeping, and they jumped up and tore down a bunch of my soundproofing last night.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So I mean, it's not that big a deal. They shredded some of it, but it's not that big a deal. I just put it back up. But Timothy says, well, not every character will be able to solve puzzles. It would make it harder. True. It's one of those things where, because going back to the whole in character, out of character thing, I think it's more. It's nice to see the immersion when they try to do it in character, but at the same time, like you said, you kind of gotta realize that most people are gonna default to solving it like in real life because they want to go through it and they'll kind of go for it that way because it just, I don't know, and it's something that makes me feel like they're coming together as a party, quote unquote, you know, because it's always going to be something that will involve many people because they'll be like, oh god, what is this? And then somebody else will pop up, oh maybe we can try this, and then another person will pop up, oh what about this? Because even if their characters don't know, you know, or wouldn't be able to look into something that is involved in the puzzle. And I think it's one of those things where you just go, oh yeah, great, you're getting along and you're working together. That's kind of what I want out of this thing, rather than, you know, ostracizing the barbarian because he has an intelligence of 8, you know, like
yeah,
I'd rather than
power of friendship.
Yeah,
you know, both real life friendship and PC friendship.
Exactly.
Rob points out that he was the character who passed out during the Jedi code puzzle.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
Rob played a big guy. We once on Nar Shaddaa, they were trying to infiltrate a gang or intimidate a gang. And in order to meet the gang's leader, you have to take a pipe chosen by one of the gang members and bend it.
Oh, cool.
Because they're a Dewooten gang. They're just like a bunch of tough guys. So
Gotcha.
He became notorious for bending things. And when one of the players wanted said, "Can I get one of the mods you can get for your lightsabers, like a Count Dooku style curved lightsaber hilt?"
Yeah.
He asked, "Hey, can I get a curved lightsaber hilt?" And just give it to Rob.
He'll bend it. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
You're a bender.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Literal bender, yeah.
That's I was gonna say. I've actually recently been rewatching Futurama.
Same.
Yeah, hey, nice. Anyway, okay. Next we have a map, a full map.
With
Okay,
words.
this was
I
I'd say a
assume.
moderate success.
Okay.
The language on this is Arabesh, which is like the alphabet of Star Wars.
Gotcha. Yep.
Um,
Okay.
this I divvied up into 8 by 8 sections,
Hmm.
and players had to well, basically assemble the puzzle.
Oh, yeah.
However, yeah. So, and each of the different sections of the puzzle were tied to different knowledge skills. Like the outer edge of it was tied to knowledge outer rim. The center was knowledge core worlds. And the idea is that by assembling pieces of this puzzle, the players could get missions that would give them clues to kind of solve this big galactic mystery, because their mentor at the time, Zalea Taral, was a Sith basically. So she was interested in the same mystery that they were, but she would always recommend missions that were beneficial to her.
Of course.
So this gave them a way to kind of circumvent her, and like as an implementation of a way for the player characters to use like knowledge skills. It was actually pretty good. The problem was I had to enable like manipulation on every single piece as if it was a player character token, so that the players could move them around.
Yeah.
And what I didn't realize at the time is that in Foundry VTT, if you hold down Control and turn the mouse wheel while you're over a token, you can rotate it.
Oh, there you go.
Which you're not supposed to do in this puzzle. Which actually ended up making it 10 times harder to solve.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So after every single session, I have to look at the master map, go back into Foundry VTT, and reorient everything back to the way it's supposed to be.
Oh no. That's
unfortunate.
yeah.
So this is an example of a moderate success. But also just something that the players could do at the end of the session. They make a couple of extra rolls, put together some pieces, and it's the pieces of a map. You can't get more, adventure than that. The map to a hidden treasure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we utilize tabletop sim. That's our VTT of choice. I don't know if you've utilized that at all.
Played with it a little bit.
Okay.
It's very simple.
It's incredibly simple. We just import whatever we want and just kind of utilize it. I know. I think I was going to try. I think it was it Foundry? What was it? No, I don't remember. One of the. Oh, it was the Fantasy Grounds. That's what it was.
Okay.
I was gonna try that, but then I don't know. It just I've gotten used to the simplicity of tabletop sim, and how easy it is to just look around at stuff a lot of the time.
Yeah, when I try to load up other VCTs, like, how to put this? Tabletop Sim has overwritten the controls for like how to move and look around any VTT in my brain.
Yeah.
Like switching between art programs, the keyboard shortcuts are all different.
Oh yeah, that's also true. Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I whenever I look into these other ones, I'm like, oh, that looks neat. Man, that looks like it would be really nice. And you're talking about how Foundry VTT has those different levels and stuff. And I was like, oh, that would be super useful. And then I just think about it. And I'm like, God, I wish I could do that sometimes. That would be super nice. But I wanted to say as well, with utilizing these VTTs, it's interesting because we're talking about all these board games and stuff, and like importing them if you can and such, but also using them in real life and how easy they are to manage in one way or another. And I was gonna say that something like tabletop sim, which is literally for board games and such usually, that's one of the ones that I could say would probably be the best for any of these, which would be nice. If you wanted to utilize any of the ones that we've talked about, slash, in general, any of these board game ones, that you might want to go for. Even though
I've given Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say,
I'll give it a try.
yeah. I was just gonna say that even though that it's not the best, right? It's not super great with all of them. I mean, people automate everything a lot of the time when you actually go and play one of them. If you get one that actually has the automation, it's much better because you don't have to do a lot. But like running these things in something like that, I think a lot of the border to entry is just one, having it, two, having a VTT that you can utilize it with, right? Because I want to say that, I mean, I'm not sure on this, but a lot of people are doing the online gaming usually now. At least as far as I'm aware. I'm sure there's plenty who still do stuff in person, probably more that do stuff in person, but for those of us who are literally across, the planet playing together, right?
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where I want to implement a lot of this stuff, but at the same time, I can see how so many people would have more issues than others, right? Because of the VTT aspect.
Yeah.
VTTs are absolutely essential for playing tabletop games like in our current world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would say though that the majority are in person.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think that they're more virtual than not these days because it was just what we had to do for a while, and it became really like it's something that we all learned.
Yeah.
We had to learn it. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I think y'all have played a couple of Theater of the Mind games.
Oh yeah.
In fact, my very first Star Wars campaign was entirely Theater of the Mind. I did start I'd throw like an image of a map into Discord, but that was about it.
Right.
Because there's a site called RPG Sessions that you can integrate into Discord for like the Star Wars dice rolls, and it adds up all the symbols for you.
Oh, nice.
Which is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
I like Tabletop Simulator. One of my players is on Mac, so I'm not sure if they have it for Mac. That's kind of one of the barriers. But the other thing I like about
I think they do.
Foundry is well, I've got a whole video on it, which we can watch sometime if you want. Is really only the GMDM needs a copy of Foundry, and Foundry runs as a server, and the rest of the players interface with it just through a web browser.
Yeah, that is nice.
I am double checking to make sure, but like I am 90% certain Tabletop Sim works on Mac.
Yeah, I was also
very
looking.
well.
Let's
cross compatibility has improved a lot over the past 20 years by leaps and bounds. Not just Mac, but also Linux and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mac OS. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And SteamOS plus Linux. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Windows, Mac, SteamOS. Cool.
At this point, though, I've got so many Foundry assets.
Oh yeah. I'm not trying to. I mean, I kind of am, because Tabletop Sim is one of the things that I think is probably one of the best things that I own at this point because of how much I use it and how like simple it is and all that. But I'm not like trying to get you to stop using something else, obviously.
No.
But
we should honestly get sponsored by Tabletop Sim for how much shilling we do.
Yeah, honestly, I buy it for people for prizes for the Garabingos. So like, yeah.
I have a spare copy right now that if I ever run into someone who doesn't have Tabletop Sim.
Yeah.
I think one of the complications of running Star Wars. I mean, there are actual Star Wars modules for Tabletop Sim. They're pretty good.
Ooh.
But the problem is the number of dice involved in Star Wars. I think some of the biggest rolls we've had have been up to like 9-10 dice.
Sure. Yeah.
So you have to pick them up, like you have to duplicate them and then throw them into the bowl to roll them.
You can select them all and just hit R a bunch, and they kind of float up and like spin. That's another way that we as people who have just used it forever at this point for most every game that we've played, it's something that we have kind of tried to figure out a bit more just to suit each other's play styles and everything, right?
That being said, just highlighting the dice and pressing R does not feel as fun as like
No.
flinging them across the board.
That is true. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The Dice So Nice module for Foundry VTT, it just throws blobs of dice onto the play space. It's pretty fun.
I've seen stuff like that. It's cool. That is really cool.
It's kind of like your little thing in the lower right corner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Something I've always said about tabletop sim is it's not like Roll20. It won't do any of the work for you. It is a virtual tabletop. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's true. It will not do most of the work for you, for sure.
Yeah, it depends a lot on the skill of the module creator.
Yes.
There's workarounds, and then you have to kind of get the players to buy into the workarounds.
Yeah. And yeah, you learn tabletop sim rules when you play Warhammer on it. Yes, that's how we've learned a lot of the time. But yes. Anyway, next we have the IG-73 minigame.
IG-73 was a player in my B game who wanted to run a shady medical clinic.
Ooh.
And so I create, and well, one of the fun things you can get, probably both also in tabletop simulators, an hourglass in Foundry.
Mm-hmm.
So the way this worked is IG-73's player got 3 minutes to see as many customers as he possibly could.
Oh.
And I would roll random customers from a table of about 80 customers that I created. They didn't have like names or anything like that, but they were just kind of rated on how difficult they were to treat, how fussy they were as customers, stuff like that. And so, like at this point, this was actually pretty early, so he could see a queue size maximum of 3. So you can see on the right side of the screen, he's got 3 customers there that have been rolled out onto the chat.
Yeah.
And so his maximum quality though was 3. So the person at the top who has a 4 quality, they would just turn their nose up at his clinic and walk away.
Wow.
And then the risk level, like if he did a bad job working on people, they'd get rough and rowdy and actually start to smash his stuff, and so that would mark against the risk. So the failure conditions were like if his quality rating dropped off or his risk level dropped off, or if you had a queue of customers he couldn't see, that was the end of the set of the mini game.
Gotcha.
But we timed this for 3 minutes, and it was a fun, like timed games, like the timer, like when I was talking about Boosties Millions earlier. Every 24 hours was an hour of in-game time. So the players and I were just like improvising like crazy. There's something wonderful about a timer.
Yeah.
When you apply it to a game.
Oh yeah.
Some of my best actually really quick, I'll just throw out a quick example of using a timer in my game. It was a boss battle where the party went to the past into an area that they knew had like caved in, and they had to defeat this essentially a demon and then escape out of like where they fought the demon, because they knew like, okay, we have a half an hour to kill this thing and get out before the cave-in happens. Don't be it where the cave-in happened, because that will be where you are buried now. And you will just instantly die. So like running out of the cave became very like high stakes. I had all sorts. Oh god, I'm gonna have to like mute Discord. I
Put yourself
don't
on
like
Do Not Disturb.
That's really weird. I keep getting message pings.
No, I'm saying put yourself on Do Not Disturb. It'll
that
make
was
it go away.
Boo just a second ago.
I thought I was on Do Not Disturb.
No, you've been online this whole time.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I just maybe I was.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I just said Discord for whatever.
Yeah, I'm always invisible. And if I ever do go online, I have a status that says, I'm not actually online, you are imagining things. It's great. Anyway.
But yeah, timers are in summary, timers are a great way to up the stakes in whatever scene you're trying to establish. Big fan.
Definitely. But yeah, this was actually really this, and the other thing about timers is also they keep a mini game or a separate game for one specific player from just taking up too much time.
Yeah. It's true.
You get a little bit of focus, and like the IG-73's player love. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say he loved this game, but he did like having this unique avenue for him to get customers and make money, and also during his in-game activities, he could do things to improve the game. So he could hire security to help open up some of those risk level mark areas. He could get a cleaning crew each night to help improve the quality rating, things like that.
Yeah.
So he could get higher paying customers and make more money.
Yeah. But what was I gonna say? This actually brings up a point that I had for you sent a video before about it was the shut up and sit down for let's see, what was it?
Escape the Curse of the Temple.
Yes, Escape the Curse of the Temple, and I watched it myself before we began just to see what it was and everything. And one of the aspects of it is the ticking clock, which is, so we're talking about it in a positive light here for a lot of TTRPG stuff, and like I also like that in a TTRPG setting, but for something like that board game itself, I don't know why, but it rubs me the wrong way a little bit. Like, I like taking my time with things, and I like having, turns that, we can kind of think about things and everything. And I know that's the point of the game. That is like, oh, you got to do all this shit in 10 minutes and get out. It's a stressful time. Go, right? And like, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, if something like that was to be implemented in a TTRPG, I would feel better about it than I would in like a board game for some reason. And I don't know why that is, really. Because with a TTRPG, it feels like I can do and try anything at all. And try to speed up something by having a crazy idea, potentially, right? And try to get through that timer and stuff. Whereas in a board game, it's a lot more set. It's a lot more defined as to what I can do and everything. And I don't know whether or not, I mean, it's like I said, it's part of that game, but like, I feel like it would be fun to do, but at the same time, it's just not my speed, Yeah,
I actually own Escape Curse of the Temple. I've played it with a couple of different people. It's the timer off the bat makes it fast.
Yeah.
And we'll talk a little more of it when we get to that video.
Yeah.
I can kind of see. I mean, part of the advantage of it is like the first time my wife and I played that game together, we actually played it without the timer, just so we could get used to the mechanisms of the game.
Right.
And then we actually did use the music that the game comes with as which cues us to do different things. I could definitely see, but honestly, one of the things you'll find I find in a lot of really good board games is decisions are you're not handed like unlimited decisions. You've got a lot of times the choices will be seemingly very simple. You'll be able to pick between one of three things, one of four things in a modern board game.
Sure.
But you have to very carefully weigh each of those decisions.
Yeah.
The emphasis is on the weight rather than the quantity, because quantity creates analysis paralysis.
It can.
Players can lock up and things like that. But I think Escape kind of it's simple enough. The excitement, I think, is more from kind of the temple turning out a little different each time. The variation of the way you have to play when you have different numbers of players. If you're playing with two players, you tend to have to pair up and go everywhere together. If you have more, you can kind of split up, like Scooby-Doo style.
True.
Like that sort of thing. And yeah, Curse of the Temple, it's not for everyone for sure. It is a very noisy game. Like if your relatives come over to visit and the kids want to play, you better make sure grandma and grandpa don't want to take a nap.
Right.
Because they're gonna get woken up real quick.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's one of those things where I also like games like that, but I don't know what it is. Maybe if I played it myself, I would be like, oh yeah, this is great. I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
it is a case of it's one of the games I like having it in my collection because of its very unique mechanics, but I don't pull it out and play it all the time.
Right. Let's see.
I don't think I have it. Do I have more images? I forgot.
I think there's this one. That's it.
This
Sponsorship
one.
minigame frame 0 is what I have. Here.
Oh, this was a mini game that I never got to implement. The idea was that players were building swoop races and they need to get sponsors to take up spaces, and they would offset like the entry fees, that sort of thing. It was like a Tetris puzzle, basically. They'd get a pile of potential sponsors, and they had to fit them on the panel in sort of Tetris style.
Okay.
And the sponsors, again, I like to integrate the minigame into the primary gameplay. So, like, the sponsors can be characters that they meet in the actual game itself. You know, they roll a triumph with a vendor. The vendor says, "Hey, aren't you one of those swoop racers? I really need to get the word out about my new company. I'm really wringing my hands about this."
Right.
I veered a bit into John Travolta there somehow, but but yeah, the end of the Pin Casino, they always got their corner, of course, because that's where the races took place. But honestly, be prepared for players to reject a puzzle or reject a premise too. Like, I had this ready to go. The players decided they weren't going to, scrounge up sponsors. They were going to look for ways to finance the races themselves, which is what they ultimately ended up doing. So, you may think a puzzle is a great idea. You may really, really want your players to try and run it, but if they decide to say no, you just gotta kind of let that go.
Yeah, for sure. It's really with any kind of content that you create, right? Of like, sometimes people aren't going to go for it, and that's fine. It's still there. You can still use it for other things, and that's the best part.
Executing the next campaign.
Yeah, exactly.
Run it with other people.
I want to point out, Robbie says, Blood on the Clock Tower built an online tool for playing remote as they built the game. That's neat. I didn't know that. That's sick. Blood on the Clock Tower is cool. If I had a lot of friends, I would totally do that. That sounds great.
No, I know the Marvel multiverse role-playing game. They had a team specifically working on the Roll20 module before the game book even came out. I think
cool.
one other VTT as well.
That's really cool.
Because now you can pay for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, but also, like,
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well.
But be prepared for players to reject puzzles and mini games.
Yes, for sure. Okay.
Yeah, that is fear of my players rejecting my puzzles. Is what keeps me from implementing puzzles.
I understand. All right. Well, why don't we move over to videos, hey? We can talk a little bit more about this stuff, obviously, while we're talking about these things.
Tell you what, as a final example of puzzle difficulty, if you'll throw on the scenes from a one-shot video, if you can.
Sure, I can.
We'll get that out of the way first.
I will give you the link to the watch together really quick here once I've gotten this scenes thing set.
Okay. And Rob is voices one of the characters in this one too.
Oh,
He's
that's fun.
The floating Ithorian.
Ooh, okay. How do I do this again? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I was just about to do so, but thank you for doing so.
Okay. How does this copy link? And
you just put it in whatever browser. It's the watch together. We'll all be watching it at the exact same time, and you can pause it at will.
Permission for large volumes of personal information.
Oh yeah, well,
Do you approve of May we nag you for the rest of your life?
That's right. Watch Together is great. It doesn't work sometimes, but it's great. I wish that there was another, like, better working video service that didn't throw ads in my face when I have it paused for too long, so I have to use a different browser that just auto makes those ads not pop up. But anyway,
mine went straight to the end, but
yeah. Oh well, it's one of those things that yeah. Why did it go to the end? What the fuck?
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you guys hear that uBlock is now dead on Chrome?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
You can jump ahead to minute 23. That's when we get to the
23.
puzzle. This painting in the background, by the way, that is Edmund Layton's The Accolade.
Oh, cool.
I have a tapestry print of that I used to put behind my D&D table when I would run games.
Very cool. All right, here we go.
Did it.
As you're kind of settling in.
Oh, one thing that I will say: if you need to adjust your volume, it doesn't adjust the volume for everybody, so you are good to
Thank you.
do that. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
Got it.
As you're kind of settling in for the journey, three kind of older Sith, all three pureblood Sith, but kind of hooded and with long hair, and
Three witches, of course.
women kind of approach the group and say, "Greetings to you, young apprentices."
Greetings. I bow.
Greetings to you as well.
Good afternoon.
They bow back, and you hear a crack sound coming from one of them.
Oh no.
But they all manage to stand back up, though. So would you be doing something entertaining on the primary lands of Terrace this evening, my friends?
We're on a mission for our master.
Ah,
We have to
Nothing more,
work.
nothing less.
having to work
we have to
tonight.
work.
Terrible.
Very terrible.
Perhaps my sisters and I can make this more entertaining for you this evening.
How can we do that?
Perhaps would you like to play the riddles game?
What's in it for us? What do we get out of this?
Andy's.
In it for you, sir. Good
Asking the
fortune.
real questions.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Riddles.
I'm okay with good fortune. We should play.
Sounds good to me.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. The rules are such, though. The riddle will only be offered twice, out loud, not written down. And you only get one guess between the four of you. Feel free to workshop your guesses, of course. All right.
Well, I was going to discuss our guesses, not workshop them.
I feel that this is a semantic issue, my young Ithorian friend.
Well, they say only Sith steal in absolutes. Well,
Oh my
My
fucking
hands
god,
are
you're just
very
rolling with the jokes
wavy.
today and I'll have to get more XP, aren't you?
I'm just happy to talk.
All
well, I
right.
think that answer is a little hand wavy if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, do you want to hear riddles or not, kid? Jeez.
Yeah.
Very good. First riddle. Has 6 facets or 5, a device most antique. Knowledge of those not alive, secrets for those who seek. What am I?
Guys, do you want to workshop a holocron?
I think so. I think it's a holocron. It's a,
You know what
it's
I'm
a-
going to do instead? I have an idea. I would like to use the Force Power Sense.
The witch who hears the answer of Holocron says, very good. And her sister bumps into her and says, I keep telling you that one is too easy. Well, it's supposed to be easy. It's the first one.
We appreciate it.
I liked the Venture Bros energy.
Yes.
Yeah, true. That is pretty good.
Yeah.
Core, you definitely sense that she was imagining a holocron as she was offering up this this riddle, but she kind of looks at you and kind of gives you the somewhat evil eye. No peeking.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I do know what I'm talking about. Just for that. And she bumps kind of into her sister. All right, I will ask the next one. Mind in place of fears, but not flavor or season. Banned on many spheres for its impairment of reason. What am I?
Can we talk about spice, guys?
Well,
That was the actual laughter. That was the actual reaction.
That's great. That's
And
fantastic.
that wasn't even all of it, too. I had to cut some of that out because it was just people laughing.
That's great. Oh, I love it.
But yeah, Al is who's a black and white Togruta film noir detective for some reason. That's
Gotcha.
just what he wanted to play.
Yeah, yeah.
His player, to my shock, just knew everything.
And I just love. Hey, can we just talk about it, guys? It's just that's fantastic. That's so good.
Yeah, there's one more riddle.
Okay.
The easy the one who asked the easy riddle just pushes the one who told the medium riddle. This one, you're giving me about this. Come on, you got yours in one.
I don't normally swear when I
They
DM
both
too.
bump
That's
the
why it got a good reaction.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Third sister saying, should we even bother with the third one? And she says, "Yeah, deal's a deal. All right. Are you ready for the third riddle?" And she tries to muster up a bit of confidence, but it's a bit of a struggle. All right. No using any powers on me, boy. She points at Core.
Raise hands up innocently, going, "Don't think I'll need them with how this is going."
Desolate place, but with much to reveal, home of a young warrior Ernest, found at the furthest edge of the wheel from which the bright center is furthest. What am I?
Talk about Tatooine.
Well,
I had to think about it for a moment. He's going, "You talking about Tatooine?" He's like,
Well,
Okay.
it's been a pleasure, sis.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the enjoyment.
I told you we were bad at this. We should go back to the spinning wheel. We could kill a lot more people by cutting the threads earlier.
Yep.
At least
I
work
love-
at least work a little, guys. I had to find a rhyming online dictionary.
So good.
I love the third sister's eye twitch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was very good. Yeah, it really added to it for sure.
Yeah. I have a I lucked out into like an impossibly good pickup group 4 years ago, and we're just such good friends now. We've even actually added one or two more people, but like this was actually from our Halloween episode in 2021. We're actually coming up on our next Halloween episode, which I don't want to spoil because Rob is in the audience.
Good call.
But yeah, I usually throw a bit of a curveball for Halloween. We do like a one-shot characters and just kind of enjoy goofy puzzles and riddles and silly combat and things like that.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for letting us watch that.
Sure thing. I mean, it's on YouTube. You can watch it any old time you want.
Oh yeah, no, of course. But we don't usually see. This is the thing. We don't usually sit here and watch a video. You know, that's not what we do. We just we talk over the video a lot. So it's nice to.
But this video is kind of about the perils of. Like we always like, with the Jedi puzzle, I worried about making the puzzle end up being too hard, and that was kind of frustrating. And you got to be prepared too when the puzzle is too easy.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. And sometimes it can lead to something that's pretty memorable and pretty fun. Honestly,
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. Let me see.
Sometimes it doesn't have to be a puzzle. It can sometimes be a door.
Yeah. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. It's a stuck door, guys. That's all it was.
I rolled to seduce the door.
Well, they decided to burn it down, so you know.
Yeah. It's a chapel door, Carl. You can't seduce it. Like it's not like a brothel door.
Okay. Question, I suppose. Should we go to the depth with the mini games video, or should we do the shut up and sit down video? Do you think? Because we have gone for an hour and a half, and we have an hour and a half left with you. And the way that we go, we usually take a minute. If it's a minute long, it gets to be about 10 hours or so. So
I've watched EFAP. I know what I'm doing.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and throw. We talked about the shut up and sit down video, and we don't have to watch all of it, but just get. I'd like to get to the sample of gameplay.
Yeah.
For your audience.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
While he's setting that up for those of you like Shut Up and Sit Down, I think they kicked off like 2012 and they started reviewing a lot of modern board games. They used to be on Penny Arcade TV, which is actually a really good pedigree. So they got a lot of exposure. They do their own content now. In fact, this is one of the videos that is still on Penny Arcade TV.
Yeah. Okay, so do we want to go through I guess back here with the setup, or are we talking later on, do you think?
I mean, I guess we can skip the opening sketch. That's fine. That's fine. But I'd say start with the dice here.
Okay. We'll go. I think it's. Yeah, actually, this is important as well. Okay, so we'll go from here. Yeah.
I will admit I don't watch Shut Up and Sit Down as much anymore, because of course I'm not buying as many board games. I'm playing more tabletop RPGs, but
yeah.
I like the unique mechanics of this one. I don't play it very much, but it's crazy.
This is some tiny wooden adventurers who might die.
The door.
Some magic gems. Some other stuff. And a relic of times gone past.
Did watch along? Okay, let me.
Oh, is it? Oh, if it doesn't play for you, then yeah, just refresh. It should.
Got it.
So.
A relic of times long past.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. It wasn't so far in the past that I couldn't take it and put it in my laptop and actually get MP3s off of it.
Right.
Couple of things to know about Escape. First off, this is a cooperative game. You're all looking for the exit together, and that's tricky because as you run around, you cute little cheeky explorers, you're going to be laying out tiles, randomly searching for that exit. Now you all have to get out together.
Now, by randomly, does he mean that you're taking tiles randomly from the stack, or?
You take the top one from the stack. The exit is placed in the bottom. Is randomly placed in one of the bottom 6 tiles of the stack.
Ah, okay. Because I was gonna say randomly, it just seems like no, you're just taking from the top, and it's a random tile. Yes, but okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, and when you place the tile, you can actually see the one on the center there. The stair steps connect to the tile you're currently in. So when you place that tile, you put the tile with the stair steps down.
Oh, that's what. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, because
that way you don't have to decide how it's oriented.
Yeah, that's way better. Okay, I was super confused when I was watching this originally because he was just like, yeah, you put them down randomly, and I'm like, okay, yes, I guess. But
there's a mechanic to it, but also these tiles, these are like 1/8 of an inch thick. These are heavy duty.
Yeah, they look great.
They look heavy.
They are.
Obviously, it reminds me of Betrayal, right? A little bit, just from uncovering spaces and all that kind of stuff. I assume it's somewhat similar in the sense of you want to go up, you put the tile, up instead of, because I see with the little red man, he's got 2 options there, I think.
Yeah, you can choose the direction, but the orientation of the next tile is based on where the stair steps are.
Okay, that's important to know. I like that.
Or if as much as one of you remains trapped, you all lose, as you have nightmares of your lost companion for the rest of your natural lives. Manual doesn't say that. It's a kid's game, but it should. Anyway, running around and exploring the temple is actually kind of tricky and involves dice. Okay, so let's say you and
guys
me,
heard of
Red and
dice?
Green, best of friends.
Never touched them. Oh, horrible things, those. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are trying to escape the temple. You're going to do that with your 5 dice. So let's say I'm green and I run off to do my own thing. You want to go this way, start exploring, start looking for that exit. So to get into a chamber, you have to roll 1 green man and 1 key. That's fine. You spend those dice by picking them up and you move in. Now to place a chamber, you have to spend 2 green running men, which is what's on the back of the draw pile. So you do that, then you get this, and you have to roll a green man and a key to get in. Let's say you did that, and you move in. Now, to actually... I haven't explained a thing. So, to unlock the exit of the temple, you're going to have to clear this exotic-looking palette of gems. While you're running around the temple looking for the exit, you have to roll, in this case, 4 torches while you're in this room. You do that, and you place a gem on a thing. And everyone's going to be doing this on their way for the exit. Occasionally, finding rare, rare special rooms whereby adventurers have to pull their dice together to get 4, 7, or even 10 of the icon you're looking for.
So if you were a really duplicitous DM and you hated designing dungeons, you could convert like all of these dice rolls into skill checks and combat checks, and have symbols with a difficulty on them, and just randomly make a dungeon that your players have to race through.
Yeah, because I was watching this and like I love making dungeons and then covering them up with Fog of War and then letting my players explore the dungeon. Just because like dungeon exploration happens to be something that I find personally really interesting. So seeing a game like this, which focuses upon like dungeon or tomb exploration, I really like, and my mind is going wild with ideas of like, oh, how could I run this in D&D, or how could I run a D&D-esque game in this?
Yeah. Now it would be kind of squared off, I will admit, but you don't have to use the entire interior of the square area. You could do like a narrow corridor, or you could do a curved corner, or something like that if you wanted to. Like if you really wanted to commit to making a set of tiles just for randomized D&D dungeons that even you as the DM would not know the order in which they were placed out or what would actually be in them.
Yeah.
But with a system like this, you actually could.
Yeah, no, like something like this would be excellent for if the structure of your dungeon changed, sort of like in Control there's the oldest house, but like for a reference that we're all familiar with, the Infinite Labyrinth.
And moving walls and rooms and things like that sort of thing.
Sort of a Hogwarts-esque thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was thinking of the Minotaur. With its labyrinth.
Minotaur?
Like the Infinite Labyrinth of the Minotaur, right?
Oh no, I meant Sinch's the Infinite Labyrinth.
Oh yeah.
Yes, also that.
Yeah.
Yes, very true. Sorry, there's many infinite labyrinths.
Yeah, sorry. Perhaps just describing it as the Infinite Labyrinth might not have been enough.
Well, you've been in one, you've been in them all.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But yeah.
Okay.
Letting you place more than one gem. Help! The cry comes from across the table. I've locked myself! What that means is I've rolled 5 black dice. So here's a rule I haven't told you. If you roll a black dice like so,
I gotta say, it doesn't have to like happen naturally. It's okay.
Yeah,
we understand.
Yeah, I think he does cheat at the end.
I was gonna say.
I do miss the early energy of some of these shut up and sit down sketches and reviews and things. They're really good.
Yeah. It's an entertaining video for sure.
I absolutely love their like putting makeup on themselves. They've got the headband on.
The whole opening sketch is like an Indiana Jones thing. Honestly, it's great.
Very good.
Yeah, it's an interesting form that some people still do, and I appreciate it when it happens, like all the skits and stuff. But this one, it's got this energy that I really like, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so, that dice cannot be rolled again until you roll a golden mask. And a golden mask can be spent to unlock 2 black dice. So, should players get into the situation where all their dice are locked, you have to race across the temple, get into the same room, roll some golden dice, and then tell your friend, you can use these to unlock your dice. Camaraderie.
True.
Dice, adventuring gems. Doesn't seem exciting yet, does it? Oh, there's one rule. One that makes escape one of my must-buys. Which is that this game is played not in turns, but as fast as you can roll your dice.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
now
go.
we got time. I'm still got one up. Before they'll come back. What? No. Warlock.
Yeah, I guess honestly, if I were to play this with a bunch of people in front of me and everything, it would be a lot different. Yeah, I think it would be fun.
If you were to sit down, it'd be really chaotic. So I was imagining this game is like really procedural.
Right.
But no, it's really chaotic.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. There's no like if you could actually set this up, it'd be minimal DM involvement.
Yeah.
Nobody's taking turns. Everybody's just yelling and rolling as fast as they can.
It's true. It's definitely something that I would rather do in person than on a VTT.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The VTT would add this level of I got to get my dice and everything, and it's not just a pick up and do it thing.
Yeah. Plus, everybody's on different pings.
Yes.
Things aren't synchronized very well.
Yeah, for sure. That can happen for sure. I think Aiden, you were talking about your like time travel dungeon that you were saying before.
Yes.
And I think that this would work for something like that. I mean, obviously, anything with a timer, right? But I think it would work really well for something like that. It's just like you have to get through certain things with a skill challenge or with combat and stuff. How would you rule that, because everybody's doing, if you wanted to implement combat challenges, quote unquote, inside of your dungeon here in the same style, how would you think that you would do that?
Well, I would like prior to the game, I would probably take like a sticky or something like that and put it on the top side of the tile with like a note on it that says, okay, goblin here, kobold here, that sort of thing. And then when you flip them all over, those stickies are hidden. And then you can shuffle them up just like you would normally. And then like, okay, goblin, roll an attack, 8 plus, or 12 plus, whatever you happen to have.
Sure.
It does, the DM involvement does start to come back for sure.
Yeah.
But you mentioned skill challenge. When you think about it, this game is pretty much a board game implementation of a 4th edition timed skill challenge.
Yes.
That's basically what it is. The difference being, like in a D&D skill challenge, the players can kind of execute their feats or spells in creative ways. And I've kind of stolen from this, but in the past for skill challenges and things like that. I had in one of my live games, I had the players doing like a downhill sled race. But they can use their divine whip to pull themselves out of the way of trees. If they could come up with that, I'd give them a roll for that. And they'd have 1 minute to implement as many things as they possibly could that would give them an advantage.
Right.
And then I would establish their position in the race after that minute, and we'd go in about another 2 minutes after that. But it's streamlined. It's really, but I would love to be able to run, and even if you don't play this as a dungeon, you can still just use them as dungeon tiles.
Yeah.
Make a dungeon like right in person, and they're durable. I don't think they're waterproof. They are pretty strong though.
Yeah.
Maybe even come up with some way to use the special, special dice are always fun too.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Aiden?
I've lost it.
Oh, damn.
Sorry.
Happens. No, you're good. You're absolutely fine. If it's something, I'll come back.
My ADHD is rampant these past few days.
Let me just type this to Boo.
Okay. Tell you what. Let me refill my drink, and you can see if you can get Boo's computer working for a moment.
Yeah, I don't know.
Give me about 2 minutes here.
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
I will run to the bathroom, actually.
Sounds good.
This can be a little entering.
Well, we have an intermission, everybody. You know the thing. How's everybody doing, by the way? I know we haven't been reading chat too much. I try to read it every now and then here, but want to talk to the guests as much as possible, obviously. Great use of the dungeon dice for this game, or looks like the Dungeon Maker in the last Link's Awakening remake. Yes, it does. I've been playing that. It's a neat little thing. I said little again. There's only one infinite labyrinth. You've just seen a bunch of different parts of it. That's true. Guys, sounds like me. If I made a video, you get to put it on a thing. Wait, I haven't said that yet. Yeah. Had a call. What did I miss? Oh, we just moved on to talking about Escape the Curse of the Temple. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Yeah, I remember that. It's good stuff. Because I watched Brutal Moose. That's the only reason why I know that stuff. So Boo is having computer troubles. He's been trying to upgrade his computer, and now it won't turn on. So that's a thing. We'll see. I don't know if he'll be here for this one though, because of that, unfortunately, which really sucks. But it's not his fault, obviously. I don't blame him or anything, and I just feel bad that this had to happen right now. Good. How are you? Good. Pretty great. Just finished the Pac-Man World remake. Yo! Pac-Man World remake is great. Yeah, I played through that. It was really fun. I like it a lot. Upgrade? Yeah, he needed a new graphics card and processor because and now a new power supply unit because he couldn't run what was it? The Wukong game that came out. So
I'm back.
Welcome
yes,
back.
he could not run Wukong or Space Marine 2.
Yep. So he wanted to get parts, and so he did.
Yeah, he got a new GPU to run both games, got the new Bobo that could run or, have the GPU installed.
Yep. Oh, did he get a motherboard as well? I didn't know that.
He either got a new motherboard or, he recently upgraded his motherboard.
I was going to say, I thought he got a processor.
Yeah, because I asked him specifically about the motherboard a while ago in the group chat.
Gotcha.
But yeah, this is actually... So I've been building computers for 8 years now at this point. And this is the first case of someone needing a new PSU.
Yeah. You remember when I was having my my computer would just turn off and shit all the time back in the day?
Very vaguely.
Yeah, I mean, when we were doing things, it would just turn off and I would lose recordings and stuff.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that was because I didn't have enough power in my PSU. So when I did certain things, it would use too much power, and I didn't realize that until way too late. But now I have a new computer, and I bought the biggest power supply I could buy, and went, here we go. And so now I'm okay.
Yeah. PSUs are just generally so cheap in comparison to the rest of the other parts.
Yup.
It really does just pay for getting the best one that you think you could ever possibly need.
Yup.
And they have the modular ones now where you can remove the cables that you don't use.
Yep. Oh, it's so nice.
Dude, I used to go semi-modular because I wanted simplicity, but for this PC I went full modular, and I don't think I'll go back.
Yeah, there you go. Sun Wukong? Yes. It's Black Myth Wukong, that's the game. It came to my brain now. I see I'm old enough to remember the Let's All Go to the Lobby from drive-in theaters. I didn't go to a lot of drive-in theaters when I was younger, so I never saw it. Unfortunately,
I've been to one and can't remember the movie I saw.
I've gone to two. The first one was a double feature of it was Maleficent and The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And both were but anyway, and the second one was Shazam.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I've been to a driving theater twice. There was one I used to go to in Maine.
Oh yeah.
But I think I saw The Incredibles the first time I went to one.
Nice.
Which was like, it was a good time.
It's a good movie.
And then the second time, I was just like hanging out with some friends, and they went to go see Star Wars, and I am not a Star Wars mark.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've seen episode 4, but that was largely because people like Alejo forced me to.
I did not.
Everyone on the floor did. You didn't.
I did not. Indeed, I'm not a big Star Wars guy. That's why.
Yeah, it was just your room was where we watched it.
That's
so
true.
That's why I associate you with the memory.
I'm sorry. It's not that it's bad or anything. It's just
Yeah, and then I've also only seen 7 and half of 8, and then I've not had good experiences with Star Wars movies.
Okay.
4 was okay.
I've
4
gone.
4 was good. I like 4.
Yeah, I've gone over my numerous grievances with everything of new Star Wars many a time. I mean,
Yeah, but all of this to say, when I showed up at the movie theater, I was there primarily just to hang out with my friends.
Yeah.
And I did not pay attention to the movie.
Fair enough. I go into drive-ins a lot actually since I'm disabled. That's fair. That makes sense. I'm glad that you're able to go see movies with the drive-ins, because I'm sure a lot of drive-ins are closing now. At least I remember a lot of them closing up in Maine when I was still up there. I don't know. But hey, let's see.
I think we're good on shut up and sit down here.
Okay.
Most of the rest of this video is just the mechanics, but
yeah,
I love the idea of like real time, being able to implement a real time gameplay mechanic in a board game or a tabletop game.
Same, like especially because, and this is one of the things that I noticed was the magic of timers is that that frenzy that it adds, because people are like, oh no, real time is ticking by.
Yeah.
So they want to like take actions as quickly as possible. Which like semi works for D&D if you have the timer. Because people just want to cycle through initiative order really quickly. But I really like in a system like this where everyone can take their own independent actions. And you're not necessarily waiting for initiative order.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have to do all of this one too, but
there's a train. Anyway, sorry. I have my window open.
Better than the race cars that go by my house.
Well, yeah. We'll see. This is only 10 minutes, so we'll see about it. Might as well. Because it might have some interesting stuff. So this is adding depth with minigames, D&D, Dungeons and Dragons from the Homebrew crew.
Yes, Homebrew crew I think stopped doing content about 2 years ago.
Oh.
It's not the most professional looking, but their content is actually pretty good.
Okay, cool.
And they actually look for homebrew stuff to promote, not just their own homebrew stuff too.
That's nice.
So
we were doing that a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit when we were looking at homebrew stuff, because we found something that was good homebrew, we'd be like, ooh. But anyway, let us begin.
Are you or your players tired of the constant interaction with an NPC, then going to battle, then interaction, then going to battle? Well, there's a surefire way to spice that up. Today, we're talking about minigames.
Drugs.
Oh, yeah!
Or liquor, it seems.
I guess so, yeah. It's a drug.
Welcome everyone, I'm Sean, this is Tony, and today...
Hello.
Just wanted to throw out, that was an incredibly good intro cinematic.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah,
it looks really good.
I've forgotten that was in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that had some quality behind it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Today we're
Yeah, I
going
mean,
to be
if these guys were doing this today, there'd be like a green screen behind them, and with like a tavern, a CGI tavern.
Oh,
or
that'd be
something
neat.
like that.
Yeah.
But they had their shells, and I actually prefer like a real background to a green screen CGI myself.
But it's the nerd cred, right? It's back there, and it's sometimes it's excessive and annoying, but this is fine. We are fine.
Yeah,
here.
that's tasteful.
Oh,
You got ladder frame shelves.
I actually have that dragon poster back there. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
About how to implement mini games in your D&D campaign. Now, imagine kind of walking to a tavern, grabbing a drink, meeting your other companions. What are you doing besides twiddling your thumbs and waiting for the quest giver?
It's a good question, because there's always that one guy in the corner with the hat, that's down, or the wizard, and they're all sitting there, and all of a sudden their only job is to give you this quest to go on, to go save this or save that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would argue that the patrons in the bar are probably doing some sort of game or something to keep themselves occupied.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're kind of creating your story, typically when you go inside a tavern, it's just there to get a quest or get a drink. Have an NPC that's flipping around a coin or rolling some dice and kind of flavor it up a little bit.
And we've come across a few different things that we've done in our own campaigns that have been a lot of fun. Just little flavored mini games that you throw in there. And it doesn't always have to be in a tavern. It could be out in the world even.
Right, in a dark alley, somewhere in the village. Now,
you're worried about the dark alley.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen there. But maybe for starters, something that we started out with is taking games in real life and maybe just toss them in. You had Liar's Dice in your game one time.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I was about to say Liar's Dice is the one thing that I thought of immediately because I was like, oh yeah, that's a perfect one that we can do quite easily.
Yeah, chances are you have a spellcaster who routinely rolls at least 8d6, so you've got 8 of the 10 d6s you need in order to play Liar's Dice.
That's true. That's true.
I actually looked up several videos, and the one mini game that consistently came up from video to video was Liar's Dice.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most simple ones that you can implement very easily because it's already half of the game is already done with dice, so you might as well, right?
Oh yeah.
This was a great way to start it off.
I was just gonna say, obviously, we talked about it before, but blackjack is another good one. I mean, it depends on the period and such, but any sort of card game, hell, even just what is it? The shuffling of cards around to find, a specific one. Like that's something that you can implement as well if you're, I guess, good at it, quote unquote. But
I mean, you can go simpler, just go high card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've personally run dice before, just like regular delinquent squatting on the ground, playing dice with other delinquents. When you come across them, they turn around, they've got a baseball bat, they're like, you bumped into us or whatever, the Yakuza stereotype.
I was gonna say, yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Oi, oi!
Yeah, exactly.
Now, one thing you always have to be ready for when you introduce like a game within a game like this is the players are inevitably going to ask, "Hey, how can I use deception when I'm playing this game?"
Yes.
Or how can I use charm? How can I use sleight of hand, especially?
Exactly. It's one of those things that you then have to come up with a mechanic of how do I let you cheat?
Yeah.
because everybody wants to try because they have this skill set, right? You've got the rogue who's there with his sleight of hand that's up at like +10, and you're like, well, I mean, you are good at this stuff. Which usually I like to, for something like a dice game, it's like, oh, for every amount that you have in the skill, whatever amount that I want to put it at, you can add or subtract or just change the die roll by 1 point, That way it's like, oh yeah, you threw it in such a way that you made it so it hit that one number. Potentially,
we've got a couple of audience members who have never heard of Liar's Dice. If you ever saw Pirates of the Caribbean, that's the game that they play on Davy Jones's ship with the dice. Basically, everybody gets 5 dice in a cup. You rattle them around, you flip them over, you put the cup face down, you peek underneath your cup to see what you have, and you can either tell the truth and say you have like 2 2s. Or 4 3s or something like that. And other people can either accept your claim or they can call your bluff. Now, if you're telling the truth and someone calls your bluff, you win. But if you're bluffing and someone calls your bluff, you lose. But if someone doesn't call your bluff, they have to come up with something that is either the number on the dice has to be higher or the quantity of the dice has to be higher, I think. So you either have to raise your gamble of the bluff or you have to call someone else's bluff.
And
it's very quick.
And there's another game that I've played that is just liar's dice, but with many people, where it's like, oh, everybody starts with like 5 dice, and then you get to say, okay, overall, everybody has 4 4s, and it's like, oh, okay, and it's the same exact thing. You keep going around the table, and everybody ups it either by number or number on the die. How many
I think that's actually the correct implementation. I might be misremembering.
Well, I don't know, but either way, it's one of those things where if you call somebody out on it and you're right, you get to take away one of their die, and if you call somebody out and you're wrong, you have one of your die taken away permanently, right? And it's just until everybody or until one person is left, right, with dice. It's super fun, and it makes people hate each other sometimes, but it is a very simple game that you can put in there for a tavern game, right?
Entry-level diplomacy. Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's continue with these guys.
We had a tavern that was there, and the party needed to get information from a particular tabaxi that was there in that tavern. And instead of giving the secret away of which the information she had, she challenged them to a game of liar's dice. And one person picked up the cup, and we actually played liar's dice directly there at the table. It was kind of cool because it was something that challenged your players. It's a lot like how traps challenge your players or puzzles challenge your players, because it was something that they would interact with and not necessarily the character.
Yeah, and it's definitely kind of different because instead of like trying to figure out what your stats are or what kind of d20 you're going to roll, it was actually playing a game of skill and luck. Now, it was so cool. I had an actual couple, we had the dice in there, and it was funny because people were actively using spells to like change the result of the dice sometimes, and things like that happened too.
And it was cool because you're sitting there going, well, what can we do? And then realized, oh, well, we got a bunch of d6s here. We could actually play another game inside this game. And it was cool because it removed you from the actual scenario a little bit, but you were still role-playing it as the character, which was
one thing I like about this channel, I checked out a couple of their other videos, is it's very clear that they're using examples from their actual gameplay.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate. They're not just spouting theory. This is a puzzle that might work. This is a puzzle that might not work. Or this is a mini game. They've clearly done this. They've clearly implemented this. And if anybody out there is thinking about doing GM DM related channel stuff, that adds an element of authenticity that I really appreciate in videos like this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, recounting experiences for sure.
It was cool. There were a few people spinning spells or whatever to see if they can trick her,
mess with the results and all that too.
In fact, I think it ended with somebody doing a suggestion that he was telling the truth.
Yeah, and it messed up and got him kicked out of the game. So it was awesome. I got something kind of similar. In my campaign, basically I had a bunch of turtles open up a casino in their little village.
I've heard about this.
Yeah, it didn't end very well, unfortunately, in the end. But the cool thing is, I just took regular casino games. We played.
I guess that'd be slow gambling.
Hey.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what sort of a gimmick would a turtle casino have?
Yeah, right. Like, is it just that they're a little slower, with how they run things? I don't know, because
most exciting slug races in town.
Ooh, that would be great.
Look at the wind against their faces. Oh.
That would be so fun. Man.
Played blackjack, dominoes, and poker, and we toss it in, but we kind of flavored it with D&D. We were wagering gold coins, and again, people were kind of doing where they kind of use spells to mess with the results, or they would kind of role play.
Oh, true. Turtles obviously play shell games. That's true. That's absolutely true. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Three card money, or
that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
To kind of mess with the dealer and I would give them a persuasion check, oh, you threw off the dealer, things like that.
See, now, did your players interact with it? Did they enjoy that sort of different kind of experience in
Yeah,
there.
it was like, I guess the best word I can use to describe it is it's very immersive. You know, knowing that you have this kind of different experience in this like real life game in your actual campaign is kind of something different, and it gives like a little bit more life to the session itself.
And what's cool, and I think the idea of story building on that is cool too, because you can have a particular area of your map or what have you that this game is very prominent in. So you can go to different taverns, and now you've got somebody, you know, your players are familiar with this game. They can challenge other people to it and what have you. It builds like a little bit more life to that.
Absolutely,
so
it does.
the only issue that I can think of really that kind of can pop up from this is that it's a thing that everybody wants to do whenever they get into the new city, right, or new town or something, and it can be something that eats away at session time, if you will, you know?
Yes, yes. Now, one possible solution to that is you could make the game a cultural mark.
Okay.
One of the ways that Western European spies could always spot Eastern European spies, and during the Cold War, Eastern European spies would smoke overhand with all four of their fingers above the cigarette and just the thumb below it. So if you bring a game from one village into another village, this potentially marks your player characters as having spent time or possibly being from a rival village, which the new village may not appreciate.
Interesting.
So you can kind of use games like this as a cultural mark.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you could. Yes. Yes, it's all coming together.
Yeah.
Yes, Aiden says, I will steal
do you
that
have an
idea.
implementation story you'd like to offer?
You can't see that my fingers are steepled right now.
Yes. No, that's great.
The worst thing you can do in a gameplay session is give the DM more ideas.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's the best thing ever. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, no, that's a great way to do it for sure. Because like I'm thinking, it's just you don't want to necessarily just throw out the game, right? And make it just a dice roll, right? Because it is something that you've now implemented, and you don't want to be like, okay, that was a one-time thing necessarily. I mean, you could, right? But if you want to have that immersion still on the table, pardon the pun, that you just want to implement different ways of combating it being taken advantage of, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
It adds more flavor and character to the locations and some of the people that you interact with through the games.
There you go.
Now, once you're actually done trying out some real life games, you can try homebrewing your own games as well.
Which we did.
Yeah. I'll do mine first. I think yours is really cool.
It's weird.
Mine's pretty simple. I basically took like another dice game, and I called it Elvish Runner. And basically, it's kind of like a wagering game where each person has 3 dice, and you roll to see who gets the higher amount. And then you get higher numbers with pairs and all that. It's a pretty simple game that I made up myself. I made it the night before, admittedly. But
really?
Yeah, I know.
You did pretty good.
What a
with
surprise!
It, I tell you.
But it's so cool. You can really.
There's no greater inspiration than the last minute.
Yeah, it's I will say that I work so much better on a time crunch. I don't know why. No, I do, but it's not great. But yeah, not a great habit.
It could be also you kind of fall back on things that you know you've got these things in your back pocket that you've wanted to implement, and they finally come back to you at the last minute. Oh,
that's also
I can
true.
do this finally. Yep.
Yeah, that's also true for sure.
Really easily kind of make.
Oh, sorry.
Really easily kind of make these different games on your own, and it was really awesome because we had a moment where the wager was for an NPC or a bunch of gold, and like we had the characters like rolling dice and trying to wager against.
Wait, a slave?
Yeah. Yes. Apparently. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, it happens. Oh well.
Yeah, it's fantasy. It's someone's
right.
fantasy anyway.
That's the thing.
Let's give him another chance.
It's fantasy slavery. It's a thing that happens. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's not. It's not fine, but it's a useful tool.
this
who
gambler
was that we almost
for
lost?
for your manservant Malnus.
Oh, Malnus.
It was so dramatic because we were on like the last dice rolls and everyone was so excited and like on the edge of their seat.
I'm telling you, the tension in this was crazy, and it was for an NPC that we cared about.
Yeah.
My character cares about him, but he does exist. But it was great because it gave them. It was a totally different experience for us to interact with NPCs in that.
Yeah,
in that scene.
instead of doing the typical like, oh, roll for persuasion, give me an intimidation check, it was like a real different kind of experience when you're rolling for a game.
And you can probably sit there and argue, well, that's not D&D, but really, honestly, you got to think about it. This was something to immerse the players in the campaign, and I can guarantee you, not a single one of them was looking at their phone.
Oh no, we had everyone enthralled the entire time.
Tense on that.
It was awesome.
I ran a game once myself.
Yeah, we'll pause there before he gives his, but again, you got the opportunity to take a break from the standard mechanics.
Yeah, and I think it's important, not just for taking a break from D&D, I guess in D&D, you know. I feel like it's one of those things that I think we all need a refresh from the games that we play if we're playing them for months and months and years and all that kind of stuff. Like, you just want to take some time and just like do something else at times.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you remember, Alejo, last week someone mentioned the Ship of Theseus with D&D mechanics?
Yes.
And said like, oh, someone has to question whether or not you're eventually still playing D&D.
Yes.
And it, like, if you introduce too many mechanics. And you said, oh, we have to question how we, like, what was it? How many rules we take from raw D&D. And I said, God willing, as few as possible. And I would like to double down on that now. When I say the term, like, oh, play D&D with my friends, I oftentimes, like, because I'm pulling in so much stuff from other inspirations, calling it, like, Dungeons and Dragons is, like, requires a huge stretch of the imagination.
Right,
Because, it's what I run is a cornucopia of different mechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
D&D is really just best used as like a catch-all term of like sitting around a table with your friends, playing what works for your table.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, I was gonna let you finish.
Your table should hopefully all have stuff that they can bring in. Granted, you know, this holds more true for experienced TTRPG players of what mechanics they enjoy. Consider asking, like, hey, what do you guys want to play to add a little bit of variance to our game so we're not constantly just rolling dice and things don't get stale.
Right.
Also, before actually no, say your piece, Alejo. One more thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that with the catch-all kind of thing that you were saying, it's way easier, I guess, these days to say D&D for everybody to understand what that means, because if you say TTRPG, and I've done it, literally I had coworkers come up to me and talk to me about some of the stuff, and they went, oh, well, you know, you do D&D and stuff, and I went, yeah, I do a lot of TTRPGs, and they're like, what is that? And I'm like, right, yeah okay, tabletop role playing, it's D&D, it's basically D&D, right? Because it's the catch-all that everybody knows at this point that really gets that point across, of at least to the extent that you need, of like getting them primed on what you're going to talk about.
Yeah, it's the brand. Turn off the Nintendo, son.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Use your Kleenex to wipe your nose.
I was just gonna say, grab a Kleenex.
Yep. Get your Band-Aids. You know, all that kind of
Put
stuff.
some Germ-X on your hands.
Yep. Exactly. All that kind of stuff. Yep.
Also, something that occurred to me semi-recently. Unfortunately, I don't think. Oh no, actually, it's even best if Portals still play the shell game. They just fucking suck at it. because the whole thing about the shell game is you do it as quickly as possible.
Speed. Yes.
Yeah,
Keep
so
your
I'd like to
eyes
imagine.
on the shell.
Yeah, I'd just like to imagine a turtle dealer doing this shell game, but in slow motion. And you can always hear the bead rattling around in the shell.
Or he does it so slowly you can't hear it.
Ooh.
It's like the
True.
sloths from Zootopia.
Yeah, I was thinking the
you
same
know?
thing actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
You
just thinking-
got it in one.
I
Yeah.
was just thinking, really like when the turtle dealer tries to be cheeky and like slide the bead from like one shell to the other.
Look over
the shell is just
there.
openly on the table for like
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, turn around.
Let's see. I think Past Aiden said it best. D&D is the game engine. I can add or take away whatever I want. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with that for sure.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those things where D&D is your safe, nice game engine that you can put whatever you want in, and when you want to branch out, you go, "Hey guys, hey, have you heard of Call of Cthulhu? Have you heard of Delta Green? No? Well, let me tell you." And then you try and get people into other things.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't work half the time. And it's okay. It's fine.
D&D is best if your approach that you take towards it is honestly I would use the description of system like no, not languages, not programs, is your PC a Mac or a Windows?
Oh,
like
an OS.
yeah, an OS, thank you.
Yeah.
Think of the TTRPGs that you play, like D&D, for instance, as less Windows or Mac and more like Linux.
True.
You add and take away from it or replace parts of it with other parts based upon what you need.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
It was a Roll20 game. We were playing through, different things. And Roll20 has this really cool thing where you can make decks of cards.
Yeah.
And I found some of these other decks online and everything like that you can make. And I kind of had a wagering game that they did with these cards. It was basically blackjack, but with one card.
Yeah.
So you either at the time were able to trade in the card or bet the card. And each card had a value of gold or silver on it. And whoever had the higher card at the end was the one who won. It was just basically high card,
Yeah.
It was like that. But it was kind of cool because it took them away from it and it gave them something to play with, which I really loved.
Yeah, and it's another great example of kind of presentation. That's a completely different realm when you're using digital and you're using Roll20.
Right.
But having a tool like that, and I've seen it run.
You're good.
What was that?
Oh, his cats are fighting. He's got to attend. Oh yeah, somehow it's the slowest shell game, but the bead still disappears because he silent spells invisibility. There you go. Haven't heard people say Pathfinder in a good while as a go-to game. Yeah, well, that's just because people don't say Pathfinder unless they're super into it,
Yeah, 2 cats. What can I say?
Yeah, I get that. I have 2 cats myself. But yeah, Pathfinder's like the go-to that I would say once you're past the learning curve of you've never played a TTRPG before, I would say, in the sense of a fantasy game, a high fantasy game, excuse me. But even then, I don't know. It really just depends on what you want to play and all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, D&D is just that gateway drug that'll get you into the hobby and keep you addicted for a little while.
It is the bookstore game.
Yes.
It's every you can get D&D in Walmart these days.
Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
I remember going in, and this is back for 5th edition specifically. I went into a Walmart and I went, "Oh, that's the player's handbook that I thought I had to go to like my local like video game and music and Bullmoose, for those of you who know of Bullmoose in Maine. It's this local store that just has like all of the nerd shit. I thought I had to go there only, but there's one right here. That's fucked. Okay.
I remember the cognitive dissonance of standing in a Target and seeing I think it was some starter pack from D&D, and I was like, "What are you doing here? You don't belong
Yeah,
here."
yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. But
Well,
I
Wizards
mean,
of the Coast, they were actually, I think, in the late '90s. I don't know if y'all remember this. They actually started to remove a lot of the occult symbols from Magic cards, so they
oh
they
really?
could get packs of Magic cards in Walmart.
Of
It was
course,
weird.
of course, because everybody's summoning devils and stuff. Oh.
Well, it's not. It's. I mean, they actually had huge success with like Pokemon
Oh, yeah.
distributing like in toy stores and stuff, the
Yeah.
card packs and the things. But like the toy stores weren't going to take Magic the Gathering. They were because they were worried about occult stuff.
Exactly.
But they took out the Unholy Strength Pentacle and then things like that. And yeah, fourth edition rolled right into Walmart.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, Warhammer did the same thing with 40K 4th edition. They took away all the booby daemons because they wanted to get into hobby stores.
Yeah.
That's when the cowardice started.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, they've actually
remember?
flipped the other way. The daemons have returned to their more explicit look.
Yeah,
I think,
but
around
now
7th
nobody does
edition.
anything for Slanesh anymore because all they can do is sex and they can't think of any other hedonistic acts.
Yes.
Which I'm like, dude, it's so easy. What are you doing? Anyway, Slanesh is cool. Can we get Slanesh back, please?
I was actually I was put in the position of I have a friend of mine who is just getting into 40K.
Yeah.
And he was like, so he was wondering about like the Warp, the Empyrean.
Yeah.
Like he's just getting into 40K.
Yeah.
So I was explaining the Chaos Gods to him. And I saved Slanesh for last because while I'm describing the other three, I'm like, okay, so Slanesh is going to be a whole ass story. I have to explain the Maraviglia before I explain the weird Slaneshi sex stuff because I will not have this fledgling 40K enjoyer thinking of Slanesh as only a sex god.
Yes.
Like there is so much more.
Please.
It's art in every form.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen Hellraiser?
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Jeez. Anyway, yeah.
By Kobold and Bulk at Costco, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, even like Dollar General will sell like a little plastic tube of polyhedral dice these days. It's weird.
No way. Really? I
Yeah,
haven't been in
yeah.
a Dollar General for a while, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
so.
little $3 pack. They just call them game dice.
Wow. Love it.
Is it the full set of 7?
Yeah.
Sick.
Shit.
Yeah.
I do love that a layer of the realm of Slanesh is an area of sleep, like the overindulgence of sleep and dreams. Yeah, dude. I know.
Yeah.
There's so much that you can do.
That's the part that borders with Nurgle because you veer into like indifference territory.
Yeah.
I love that Slanesh's realm in the Warp is the only one that's not guarded.
Yeah. Who needs it? Come on. Does Slanesh have a realm of Twitter scrolling? Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, absolutely. It's called Always Online.
Yeah.
Like, it's really cool. It's almost like you're playing like Hearthstone or something. Like, you see the cards and like
It
things
flips over for you and
you
all
see
that.
the physical gold being distributed amongst the table. Again, it's just these nice things that immerse you into the world, and they offer a little bit of flavor and spice things up when you're kind of just like, rolling to hit or, rolling for persuasion.
Now, at the same time, if you're completely stumped where to start on making a tavern game or making any sort of game, I mean, there's always the dinosaur races in Cholt. There's all these different things that are out there. But there's a really great resource that you can take a look at, and that is Tavern Games on the DM's Guild. And who is that one by?
So we have the PDF open right now.
Zeke. There's Zeke Gonzalez.
Yes, exactly.
I have to say, of course, thank you for, one, giving us a source and 2, suggesting something that somebody's made for this. That's great. It's
that seems to be the theme of their channel.
It's just great. It's just one of those things. Oh, pay what you want, even for the pricing. That's like, there's so much effort here that you don't see a lot sometimes in a lot of channels, which I'm like, fucking hell, please. Because, like, it's just nice. It just means that you give a shit, you know? And that's great.
Yeah, they seem to be. I mean, it's unfortunate they stopped about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But their whole channel was all about, you know, some of their own examples, but also things, homebrew things that they found that other people had published.
It's so cool. That's so awesome. I miss them. They need to come back.
Yeah.
I've only seen this one video.
If you invited
now.
one, they'd probably pop in. Yeah,
that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah, but I've only seen this one video. But like, come on. Yeah, maybe, you know, life, obviously, but
yeah,
we need good content again, please.
Only the good die young.
True.
So we found this on DM's Guild. You can pick it up for a pay your price, but we highly recommend picking this up. It gives you a lot of nice options of tossing in kind of these like random little games. And the nice thing that I like about this particular one is that nothing's overcomplicated.
Yeah.
You don't need a bunch of charts. You don't need to know a bunch of numbers in order to play any of these. They're really simple, but at the same time, it's just nice that you can kind of like, you can even, I imagine like you can have a whole tavern themed about all these games.
Yeah, and it's different because you can see it up to like, there's some games that are like 2 to 6 players. There are other ones like they're just between 2 people, like the arm wrestling that was in there.
Yeah, and that one's again, it's just 2 people rolling. But like it's simple, but you can easily kind of flavor it up as you can describe how your character is struggling to bring down the arm of their opponent, or other things like that, or have your players interact.
And what's cool is that you can actually theme these to the bar or tavern that you're in, which I think is neat. You know, they've got one on here that's squirrel racing, for example.
Imagine you're in some like foresty kind of like bar. Where
this is what we were talking about before. With any of you got your dinosaur racing, you got your slug racing now, you've got your squirrel racing, all of these things that you can utilize, and then you go and get one of these games like Camel Up, or there was another one. It's another one that I saw on No Rules Barred. That's another like gambling kind of racing thing that is literally just like one person runs it, and they roll out the dice, and every time they roll 2 dice, and every time one of the numbers comes up, you move one of the horses forward, right? And you know, do any of these like bets towards specific placing, and it rotates through a bunch of them. God, I don't remember what it's called, but it was so like it seemed like it had so much like you have to get one person to do it, so it would really be great potential for a GM and then your players kind of to do this this game with, to incorporate it. But it had that like energy of actually being at the races, you know, and watching these horses and everything and how they're going, and like going, man, come on, you can make it. And, you know, you roll it out and you get like a 6 twice, and it's like, whoa! They go farther and farther if you keep rolling their number and everything, and yeah, it'd be great, be so good.
Trying to fix Pooh's computer.
I know, yeah. For everybody, we have our group chat here that we're trying to tell Boo some stuff about his computer potentially. I don't know, but yeah.
We got about a minute and a half or 2 minutes on this video, so we can finish up
we're
here,
almost done.
Elves do in their spare time.
Right, they raise squirrels.
You know, they got that one big fluffy gray squirrel that just always seems to win. And it's, you know, it's a betting game. It's things that your players can kind of get interested in. And it gives you like little flavor text and everything else too. Like it talks about the stingy bookie.
Yeah, it even offers like some optional flavor things that you can do. You can add certain NPCs, you can add certain stipulations to games. There's even some other ones where there are like drinking games or other things like that as well. So it's really cool. There's a lot of different options that you can use with this PDF. Again, it's Tavern Games. You can check it out on DM's Guild. It's a great one to kind of like just begin to start flavoring your taverns before you put in your own games.
And I guarantee you guys, you'll absolutely love it, and your players will absolutely love it. Something to definitely check out anytime you're on there. We'll put the link below, as we usually do with it. If you've got some games that you'd like to share with us, we are live streaming starting on the 16th.
Yes,
of
and
April.
I can guarantee you in our streams there will be taverns and there will be opportunities to play games and make bets. So if you've got games that you want to send to us that you might even see happen in our campaign, send them over to our Discord, or you can send it as an email to dmbrewcrew@gmail.com.
Right down there. See, I'm getting good at that now. You can also like, subscribe, and hit the little notification bell thing to see when
all
we're
the
gonna
usual
upload
YouTube
another
buttons.
video. We usually do 3 a week. It's been a little dicey since we've been doing the stream stuff.
Oh,
fun.
we're busy cooking some really good stuff, so we promise it's not for any waste. So
definitely. All right. So remember, the best campaigns are always the ones that are homebrewed. So until next time,
keep brewing.
Damn. I wish that channel was still active.
I'm sad now.
Yeah.
Why have you done this to me? Now I'm sad.
Now they may have switched. They may have shifted to streaming more. I would
be
probably look for them on
interesting,
Twitch. But yeah, it's a pretty good channel.
Yeah.
There is no justice in the world that their channel has died, but like Cody still goes on.
Oh.
I actually enjoy Cody's channel. Like, I'm just throwing shade because he's one of the bigger names.
I understand. It's a channel of all time, I will say.
Yeah, I know. He just clarifying for any people who might not be familiar.
Right, I get you. Yeah. Let's see. I actually really want to know. I'm so curious now of like where did you go? Okay. What if I
hop into Twitch here?
Well, I looked up
Right,
Homebrew
let's see if
Crew
we're-
literally on YouTube, and it just is not coming up. So that's great.
Homebrew Crew.
Yeah.
Here, Alejo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Got a Homebrew Cafe.
Everything has
okay.
gotten. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Aha. They have a website. Okay, that'll work.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Server not found. No.
Gasp.
They have a Discord and everything. All right, we'll see. Anyway,
They have a Discord.
They do. They do.
All right.
Anyway.
That was it for my video suggestion.
Yeah, I get you. It was some good stuff, and it makes you think about this kind of stuff. By the way, the game that I was thinking of was Ready, Set, Bet. That was the horse racing game that I was thinking of. It feels like you're at the races. Honestly, it's great. But anyway, well, I guess any other thoughts on mini games and implementing board games?
Implementing board. Yeah. Anything from the crowd?
Yeah. Taking 20. Yes, that was Cody's channel. Yeah, the Homebrew Crew is good. I like them.
The days of taking 20 and 3 and 3.5.
Yup.
Alejo, I've joined their Discord, and this is a picture of their general chat for the past 2 months.
Sad. Okay. Well, you know.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah. Well, I hope they're, doing well in whatever they're doing now,
Well, I mean, the realm of DM advice channels is incredibly competitive, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They're very cutthroat.
It is true. Which is one of the, I guess it's one of the reasons why our channel does not succeed. Which is fine.
Well, I got the only reason my subscriber levels is where it is because one of my videos, the very first Hot Fuzz Death Watch video, YouTube has the autoplay feature where it'll automatically pick another video for you.
Turn that feature off immediately.
Yeah, mine got bolted to the 2020 Otakon video of an engineer named Jeremy, who who built a Space Marine costume that with arms.
That one.
Yeah, that had ball
that guy?
bearing,
Yeah,
3D-printed ball bearing arms. Yeah, shoulders.
Oh yeah, I saw
So
that.
I got put on the follow on to his
so
video.
lucky. Nice.
And yeah.
All right.
That's super good. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess more Cody talk. There you go. Cody's last video is a year ago. He has 3 videos that are 1 year ago, and a lot more videos that were 2 years ago. So I wouldn't quite say he's still going. Yeah, well, he was still doing Patreon stuff for his patrons, as far as I remember hearing. But I mean, you know, it's one of those things that happens when you go against literally the entire internet.
Yeah.
It just kind of happens that way.
Crazy to think that we've outlived him.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I was thinking that we probably won't do the other video because we don't have you for that much longer.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm
you sure?
Keeping my eyes open. Yeah.
All right.
We can roll one more.
Well. Well, don't say that I didn't give you the offer. Here.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I said I would make it to at least 3. So
yeah, I get
to
you.
at least 3.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, then let's move on to this last video that Aiden has put in.
Yes.
It is Why Your D&D Monsters Suck Defense.
Slight bit of clickbait off the bat.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You need it, right? David's gonna be tired in the morning. Yeah. Well, you know.
Don't worry, Rob. I picked up an extra 2-liter.
Oh,
I'll be fine.
There you go.
Now, off the bat, I
haven't watched
I like
this,
using a VTT as your animation. That's actually kind of clever.
Yeah. But Aiden, you were gonna say?
Sorry, yawning. Yeah, I skimmed through this video because I saw the clickbait title while we were doing last episode.
Yeah.
And I squirreled this video away.
Mm-hmm.
Because the clickbait won this time. But I skimmed through it and I actually kind of like it.
Okay.
They talk mainly about how monsters rules as written in 5e kind of suck, and implement a few optional rules to make them better.
Okay, cool. Let's see. So this is brought to us by A Hero. There you go. AHERO with the A and the H capitalized.
You're running a game of Dungeons & Dragons.
Oh, that's
the fighter in the party kicks down the door with a 25 athletics check, and the party sees gold abound, filling almost every corner of the cavernous cave.
Now, off the bat, if your party's making a 25 athletics check, you know, you got like a champion on your side.
That's right. It's crazy good.
The rogue begins pocketing some of it, but the cleric, with a 20 to their perception, immediately knows something is wrong.
I like the balloon
From
animals.
A mountain of gold, a plume of flame erupts. Red claws dig out of the treasure hoard, revealing their true gargantuan form, an ancient red dragon. You tell the party to roll initiative as they are ready for battle. The wizard rolls well and gets an 18. Your ancient red dragon, with a roll of 17, goes second. The wizard casts the 7th level spell Forest Cage in the
Wait, but what about the
Ignore
initiative?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Plus Dex.
Yeah, I was gonna say okay, but okay.
Yeah, I know.
The wizard is a multi-class ninja. Just let that part out.
I understand. I understand.
Dragon, and suddenly your gargantuan dragon is trapped. Rules as written, even though your red dragon can be towering and menacing visually, gargantuan creatures only take up a 20 by 20 foot space in combat unless modified to be greater. Forest Cage, with its limit of a 20 by 20 foot cage, thus can just barely encapsulate the dragon in its entirety. All while the dragon is stuck, the party can spam cantrips, spells, or ranged attacks from a distance that the dragon's wrathful breath cannot reach. So once your epic boss dragon is stuck in the cage, they just die a slow, painful death with no way of fighting back.
So immediately I think of the fact that legendary resistances exist.
Yeah, legendary resistance. Like this wouldn't proc legendary resistance.
Yeah, you have to have the option of a save in order to utilize a
Yeah.
legendary
Oh, I
resistance.
didn't realize that this doesn't have a save. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, oh my
Plus,
God.
it's not something you cast on a creature. It's something you cast on a AoE.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that last line.
Yeah.
This spell can't be dispelled by dispel magic.
Oh
this
my God. What the fuck is this?
And it's a 7th level.
Dude, Force Cage is fucking busted, and he also gets to legendary resistance as well.
Okay, yeah. I didn't. I guess I just didn't realize that this wasn't. I assumed that this was something you could go. Oh no, actually, ooh, because that shuts down everything. Oh my God.
Yeah. He did choose a good spell for his strong.
Yeah. And like 7th level, I would imagine this would be 9th, but okay, sure, yeah, because it can't be dispelled at all. It's like, oh. Okay.
You can teleport out of it too, but you can't phase through it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
This actually is a case of straight up cheese.
Yeah, for sure.
Super epic, right? The wizard and cleric toss out cantrips like Firebolt and Sacred Flame, while the fighter and rogue pelt it with arrows. Every run passes and they just say, I attack, as the excitement and soul they had for the fight drains from their eyes. The dragon dies, along with it every ounce of fun you were hoping the encounter would have. This happens a lot, especially at higher levels. It's not just from Force Cage or the other few effects that lack any sort of saving throw. There are many uninteractive and overpowered effects that the players gain that can trivialize solo boss monsters.
I have an astromech droid called Fireball. It's a R8D6.
I like that.
Just wanted to tell that joke.
That's very good. I like that. I want to say as well, we talked about this with Peter before about design of a lot of fights and stuff, and you know, the implementation of, instead of just having your one boss monster, basically you want to have a lot of different things so that it's more of a, you know, tree, I guess, as he put it, of choices and such as to what you need to face and all that kind of stuff. But you know, it's one of those things where you have this giant monster that is supposed to be your set piece, your main thing, and like, yeah, you could put in some kobolds and stuff to be around it, but like,
no,
not for this, you know?
Yeah. And also lair actions are a thing too.
Yeah, true.
He actually does specifically get to minion monsters and set pieces too.
Oh, well, excuse me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, good.
Like it's actually a fairly well put together video.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm always glad when somebody in the video says something that I've been thinking, so that's good.
Yeah.
Monster, polymorph, banishment, web, and hypnotic pattern are all common examples. The most common solution for most dungeon masters is to use an even more uninteractive mechanic, legendary resistance. Say our wizard used polymorph instead and the dragon failed its saving throw, the dragon can simply shrug it off by invoking a legendary resistance. The dragon may be back in action, but the wizard, or in other cases any class that uses a resource for a powerful effect, can often feel robbed of their turn. So we need more nuance than just having the design and flavor equivalent of a brick wall.
Yeah.
The biggest argument someone might have in response to this is just to introduce another creature, or minions. Don't get me wrong, minions are great, but they're the reason why one of the most common fantasy tropes is a threatening singular antagonist, or BBEG. Look at almost every fantasy game. Threatening big bosses, fighting a group of protagonists by themselves. There's a problem if we can't make an antagonist that can fight by themselves. It restricts their creative and mechanical possibilities.
True.
The difficulty or power budget.
I saw Alduin immediately just thinking about that.
Now, I'm not entirely keen on bringing up video games as an example, because unlike a video game, a tabletop RPG doesn't have a previous save state that you can jump back to.
Yeah.
If you don't understand a particular mechanic, you can, retry.
Yeah, that is true, but it is just a good example of solo boss monsters that are usually made in a way that is a threat, usually.
Yeah.
So.
has to be spent on these minions, and our boss monster will look a lot less intimidating with the 20 veteran kobold guard around them.
There you go.
Some
Yeah,
fights
that's true.
need multiple monsters, sometimes we need good solo fights. There's a time and place for everything, but with the Wizard of the Coast stat blocks as written, there are very few solo monsters that sell an engaging experience. Another retort I will immediately hear is that only Force Cage itself is a problem. Just ban Force Cage. It is one of the most problematic.
No, I have run into that every once in a while. I'll have like a monster or a creature that I think is going to make a really intriguing fight. It has especially like a phase spider, especially is very tempting. The idea they can kind of disappear, phase out. You know, you can't hit them with your weapons temporarily. The reality is, players know how to hold actions.
Yes, that is true.
And so the phase spider is not as cool as it seems the first time you read its block.
Yeah, it's one of those things where with any fight, you just have to really tailor it to what your players can do and what their style is, really. It's the most effective way to utilize monsters. But even then, it's like, oh, but then they change it up because they figure out, oh, well, actually, I can hold my action. You know, like, oh, that trivializes this entire thing. That's awesome. You know?
Oh, I just noticed something about Force Cage. Notice the material component.
Oh, yeah. Ruby Dust worth 1,500 gold.
Yeah, that could be a factor that makes this like a once-in-a-lifetime spell.
Yeah, that's something that you're not going to get every day.
Yeah.
At least hopefully.
Well, counterpoint though, they are raiding a dragon's horde.
Yes, but counterpoint to that is...
I'll just take out my mortar and pestle and grind up one of these rubies right quick.
Well, you could. So that's the thing. You could, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you did the dragon's horde, but afterwards is when you would have the more of the ruby dust, right?
Yeah.
Instead of
Yeah,
before. Like it would still be one of those things of it's not going to be something you find very often, right?
Yeah.
Problematic spells made, but it isn't the problem.
Or at least in my mind, you know, you don't find gems as often usually because those are something that you want to give that's like a special reward of like, oh, this is a lot of money, you know.
This is a resurrection in a pocket.
True.
The problem is that common spells either end the fight entirely or don't do anything if subjected to legendary resistance. Force Cage only shows the player side of the binary. Legendary resistance is the other side. If you're trying to design a cinematic, challenging encounter for your players, this binary is not fun for either side. You want your players' decisions to feel impactful and convince them that they are fighting a worthy opponent. To do this, you need a more granular progression of the fight or a more nuanced progression. As Dungeon Masters, we don't have to rely upon Wizards of the Coast to introduce nuance.
True.
This is the magic of homebrew.
And
For episode 1 of Wire Monsters...
It was that line right there that sold me.
Yeah, I mean, that's just true, right? Like, because immediately, the first thing that all of us probably thought immediately when the problem was faced is like, oh, well, just homebrew it so it's like, you can just make this work. You know? Like, because...
Just make it a different thing.
Yeah. Like, I stopped, I didn't want to say it because I was like, I'm sure we're going to get there. But, like, yeah, any problem with raw... You just homebrew, right? Like it's just the easiest way to deal with it most of the time.
But for a new DM, you know, you assume that these monsters are play tested. You assume that the challenge rating is valid. This is likely gonna be a scenario that you're gonna put together based on the materials that you have available.
Exactly. There is a problem for people that are not experienced, and this was the gateway drug game. You know, 5th edition is the one that everybody knew and knows.
In Walmart.
Yes, it's in Walmart, exactly. So it's the one that everybody's going to go for, and if your CR doesn't work, your monsters aren't balanced right, your spells aren't balanced right, like, people are just going to try these things, and then it's just like, oh, okay. Well, and, like, not all the time, obviously, but, I mean, some people probably got put off by it, potentially.
Yeah.
Which is
We
unfortunate.
got some pretty good chat rolling in here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I do agree that spells like Force Cage can take the fun out, but I know some people where building these combos is the fun for people. Yes, also true.
Ultimate materia set. That's you don't want to get that, yeah.
Right, yeah. And like the thing is, I think a lot of the time, again, like I said before, it's you go through these things and you know how your players play, right? I mean,
Yeah.
over time you'll get to that point, especially if you're a newer player. You will get to that big bad, and you'll know how your players play at least to a degree. So potentially, I mean, something might click at that point, but for experienced people, for sure, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll set this in front of them, and if they want to create their combo that completely neuters the fight, that's fine. That's what I'm doing for them, but perhaps I'm adding a different mechanic as well, or a phase 2 or something, like, just to make it so that it's not just a one and done kind of thing, right? But it again, it depends on how your players are playing. I had a player challenge a Bone Devil to a one-on-one duel in a corridor, which immediately got him pinned between 2 walls of ice. I pretty much let him live through DM Fiat because that would have been a cheap death. Fair enough. Sure. I guess you'd get more gold back from raiding the Dragon Horde than you'd lose from using the Ruby Dust. Also true.
Yeah, a bit of an investment risk, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't there ways to overcome components needed for spells in 5e? Only for things that did not require a priced material. If you had your say arcane focus or druidic focus or clerical symbol, you could overcome any material cost that was 0. Or non-listed material cost. So like it says like bat guano, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, that's in my pouch of arcane stuff. Sick.
Yeah. Or you can have the there's a second variation of Force Cage, which is solid instead of barred.
Oh.
And so you could just have the dragon cast that on the players, and the dragon yells, "What now? Hey, what now, boys?"
That's right. Though this is the dragons inherently being spellcasters thing has always been something that I'm like, oh yeah, sure. Like, why wouldn't you do that, you know? So then you just, back and forth of, okay, well, we've reached an impasse. I guess I'll let you out if you promise to leave. Mine'll last longer than yours will. So
yeah,
the party casts Force Cage on the dragon. The dragon casts Force Cage on the party.
You guys know any good jokes?
I'm not trapped in here with you.
True.
Let me read you my Twilight fan fiction.
I've been working on this for years now. It's really good. At least if it's the Dragon's Horde in that picture, pretty sure that's a lot more than 1,500 gold pieces. True.
Oh yeah.
Phase 2, 3 ancient red dragons appear. God no. At mostly cheap death because he thought the endurance feat would do something it doesn't do. Though it's possible that I'm too nice sometimes. Well, you know. I don't know. It's all a bunch of stuff. So, right? I don't know the complete context. In the sense of like what that player was thinking and everything, technically. I attempt to parlay. Indeed. All right.
Suck. We'll be introducing the problems with 5th edition boss monsters, the solutions, and examples of how to implement them. These are the reasons why your monsters suck. Number 1, defensive mechanics. Number 2, knowledge. Number 3, the numbers, action economy, DPR, and DU. Number 4, bad traits and good ones. And number 5, player capacity. This episode is all about giving your boss monster a strong, flavorful, and nuanced defensive mechanic. Okay. Let's go back to the dragon.
So there's some follow-ons to this.
I like that.
Dragon. For many players, they build their characters'
Right?
classes and
It's one of those things. So I will point to the Garibay video of the 10 fucking bullet point shit, right? Of like he was like, oh yeah, 10 bullet points that I'm gonna say there's so many things about, but never even get into one of them in my first video, and then tell you in the fucking front end of every video that I have 10 bullet points, and you're gonna have to go and watch that first fucking video and all that shit when there's no reason to do it. But this one, I'm like, oh, you've laid the groundwork for like what you're going into and everything. Awesome. Thank you. Now if I like what you have here and I want to hear more about what you have coming soon, I now have the prep of, oh, you're going to have more videos on it because you want to go in depth, at least to the degree of a 9-minute or 6-minute at this point, depth of, this first part. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this video ticks a lot of boxes of things I like.
Yeah.
It like as a table talk host.
Yeah, exactly. All praise the 10 Commandments of our Lord. Hey, you leave him alone. He transcended God. True, I forgot. I'm sorry. I will repent at the church.
We need 30 Garabingo rolls.
Exactly.
A fantasy. Even the superpower gamers want to accomplish a fantasy when they build their character to come across on a narrative level. As dungeon masters, we can make it so that our dragon's fantasy is synonymous with numerical reality. Our mechanics can be the same as our flavor. Here's an example. In many fantasies, dragons breathe something. In Dungeons & Dragons, it can be acid, cold, lightning, but in our case, it's fire. We can give our dragon a resource called firepower.
Wasn't a big fan of that transition.
That fire-breathing fantasy.
I think firepower is already used for something, but okay.
We can have them spend that firepower resource, along with them having to be able to replenish it each turn. We can turn these outlining concepts into an amazing ability.
Oh, okay. The first actually loud thing of the video.
Firepower. The ancient red dragon starts every initiative with 5 firepower. At the start of every turn, they gain 3 firepower. Whenever they are subjected to an effect or saving throw, they can choose to end the effect or automatically succeed the saving throw by spending 1 firepower to burn the effect off.
That's
They can also
really
end a
cheap.
magical effect within their attack range by spending 2 firepower to incinerate it into nothing. When they reach 10 firepower, they gain magic resistance and must use their dragon breath. After using their dragon's breath, their firepower goes down to 5. As the dragon's firepower increases, they visibly appear to produce more flames from their snout and breathe heavier. When their firepower increases to at least 9, their skin cracks with magma flowing through it.
Okay. So visually, I like what you're doing with it. That's great. The start of every turn, they gain 3 firepower, and they start with 5. And you only need, I was going to say, you only need to spend 1 to get rid of any effect.
Yeah, I'd tweak these numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
I
was in a similar position of I love the idea of the flame, the dragon like spitting more flames from its snout.
Yeah.
Maybe wouldn't necessarily do the skin cracked with magma for me.
Sure.
But I'd probably replace it with something else because I like visual storytelling in this sense of oh no, the dragon's getting more powerful.
It's a telegraph, right? It's good.
Yeah. I do think the math needs to be tweaked.
Yes.
On firepower.
Honestly, I think that if you make it so that it's 2, it would be good, because if it gains 3 every time, it can just have the gain of 1. If they just
You're basically cranking out a 9th level dispel or counter spell.
Yes.
3 times around.
Exactly.
Or 3 times a turn.
Yeah. You don't want to make it so that that's the outcome here. And I know it's an ancient red dragon. I get that, but at the same time, I don't know, man. Your players are gonna feel bad because you are literally just legendary resistancing everything against them, basically.
Yeah, one thing you could do is you could tie these to your existing an attack action or a reaction or a bonus action. Like if you restrict the dispel to just a bonus action, it becomes something that the dragon can only do once around. So that kind of evens that out. Still, I mean, this is like perpetual dispel almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do want to hear more.
Yeah. It's a good baseline, I suppose. It's just it needs a little tweaking, right?
Yeah.
But also that second point he has, that instead of being tied to something RNG and unpredictable, it is predictable, and both players GM have to work around it. Like this is a little dependent on your ability to you mentioned telegraphing. How good are you at telegraphing? Well, not you specifically,
right.
But DMs in general. There's a couple of ways. You can do it verbally, of course.
Yeah.
But also, like if you had like just little red gemstones, like from a aquarium or something, you could just stack little red gemstones, and it becomes very clear to all of your players, how charged up the dragon is getting.
Yeah.
I am a big fan of Godzilla's atomic breath.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing the lighting go up his body as the various plates on his back. By the way, Alejo, have you seen was it -1 yet?
I haven't yet. No, I still need to.
I've been meaning to get to
watch
that.
together.
We should. What did you say? I didn't hear you, Dave.
I've been meaning to get to that.
Oh yeah.
-1 is really good.
Okay.
I watched it. I had a friend over, and we watched the new Godzilla X Kong, and afterwards, as sort of a change in pace, some actual quality, we watched -1.
Okay, cool.
And it was really good.
All right. Yeah, we should definitely get together and watch that at some point. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What was I gonna say? Oh yes. Big fan of telegraphing to your players that, like, oh, when this thing it's charging some attack, don't let it do that.
Mm-hmm.
Charging my laser.
But the problem with the firepower mechanic, just as a whole, is that even say you array gems on the top of your DM screen.
Yeah.
If they burn 1 firepower to get rid of a spell effect.
Yeah.
Like you're sort of, this mechanic sets down basically a countdown of when the next big attack will come. And it is not necessarily given to your players, hey, overload them with active spell effects, because that will give you more time in between big attacks.
Sure.
Like, the players have nothing to necessarily indicate to them that that's what they need to do in this combat scenario.
Yeah.
And that's just a gripe I have with firepower specifically. But, like, yeah, if you're going to telegraph big attacks to your table, you do need to find some way to, like, get across the message of watch out for this attack that I've not even shown you yet.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, you don't want to get, like, too metagamey about it.
Yeah. Like, I think in Devils and Dice we were fighting one of the biggins, and I think it was Mexner at that point, and he was in his big form, and Boo had him rearing up, right? And I think he outright said a few things of, like, oh, this is gonna hit, like, right here, which, like, I feel like could have been like, oh, the shadow is cast over these squares. You know, you just say that instead of, like, yeah, the whole shadow is right here. And it's like, oh, okay, well, now we have a visual representation of and on the actual battle map, and so we now know, oh yeah, that's probably where it's gonna hit because you've pointed it out and everything and all that shit, right? There's very easy ways to do it naturally, I think, so you don't have to worry about pulling a fast one on your players, I guess, right? Every time the dragon gains heat, turn the thermostat up by 5 degrees. Yeah, that's the way. That's it. I love it.
There's your 1,500 gold and gem dust right there.
Make sure that you throw this boss at your players when, like, having a session in the middle of August.
Yes, exactly.
You got a fireplace.
The temperature.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. When you finally defeat the dragon, that's when we can turn on the AC, but not before then.
No, not allowed.
The ticking clock.
You will pass out from heat stroke before you end this combat, I swear.
You confiscate everybody's water bottles and start passing out hot tea.
Oh god. First timers, your discomfort is your timer.
If you leave this room, you leave the fight. It's over. You're not in it anymore.
You missed your attack. Hold this cat.
Oh, Jesus. That session in a hot car in August. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh,
you're pouring water over hot stones to turn it into a sauna.
All right, guys.
Roll your dice, players.
Every time you do damage to the monster, I'm going to pour more water onto the sauna. It'll be fine.
Every time you miss an attack, I turn another burner on the stove on.
You finish the combat, and everyone's plastic dice are in these weird warped shapes.
Oh God. Oh, Jesus.
I've also set my oven to 450 degrees. When the dragon does its fire breath, you all have to stand up and stand over the oven while I open it up.
I've tried making thin crust pizza in a 500-degree oven. Don't do that.
Yeah.
It's a little dangerous.
Yeah, I would say so. Jeez. Oh, all right.
But yes, there are clearly ways we can telegraph and communicate these things to our players.
Yes, all that to say, it's easy.
Good night, Rob. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yes, good night. Oh, anyway, okay.
Here is the Dragon's Breath. This iconic fantasy ability is this dragon's mechanical identity. Mathematically, for a party with 4 to 5 members, it's almost inevitable that the dragon will get access to its breath weapon at some point. However, the party has a lot of agency in determining when that dragon's breath occurs. While it isn't useless for the party to fire high-level save or sex spells directly at the dragon, it's not as efficient now compared to giving buffs or making summons. However, they can't ignore it entirely because if they let it fire off its breath too much, they might all burn to a crisp in the process. So the party gets to play an active balancing act while knowing almost exactly when the dragon will fire its breath. Before the dragon gets enough firepower, they can make cover to cushion the blow, split up so the dragon's breath is less efficient at hitting party members, or try countless other ways to subvert its effects.
Now, it occurs to me that a long-term telegraph strategy, like if these player groups have encountered other dragons before, you could have them with dragons that max out at 4 or max out at 6, something like that. So, and this kind of gives them a way to scale the danger and to understand the scale of the danger, because like if your new dragon goes to 11, like they realize, this is different. This is a much more powerful dragon.
Yeah, yeah. It would be good just to set that up for sure.
Yeah.
We can even go back to Force Gauge specifically. Now the high-level wizard has an interesting choice. They could use a Force Gauge early to force the dragon to use some firepower, delaying its breath.
Was in my left ear?
Or they
Hello?
could spend the Force Gauge to deny the dragon's breath when they have 10 firepower, potentially negating it entirely by providing themselves cover or encasing the dragon. Either way, the dragon can break out of it if it has the firepower, but that doesn't mean using a Force Gauge is useless by any means. This portrays the fantasy of fighting a dragon almost perfectly, compared to the incredibly dull experience of having the dragon no cell effects with a legendary resistance. You don't have to stop there either. You could have the dragon sacrifice its horde as a—
By the way, I will of course point out the minor gripe that I have of if you're gonna put text on the screen, give it an outline, please.
Yes.
I was thinking it. I was thinking it as like, don't say it, Aiden, don't say it.
No, I can't help. As somebody who
I've been looking at the R.
Yep, the R
the
and
E
the
and the
E. You tick so many good boxes, but that's one that you got to work on there.
Firepower. It could be an L. It could be an R.
True.
it gets damaged, shrug off most effects at the cost of a movement penalty, or even play up the shapeshifter lore some metallic dragons have in order to worm their way out of effects. There are plenty of solutions to ensure challenging and fun solo boss monster fights, but they all essentially can be broken down into this. An effective defensive mechanic funnels the party's variety of effects into a predictable downside for the monster or upside to the players. That downside or upside then has to be weaker than what the party's worst effects can produce. The greater the difference between the party's worst effects and the buff/debuff provided by the monster's defensive mechanic, the stronger the defensive mechanic is. There should always be a shift in progress for either side when the defensive mechanic is triggered. Otherwise, it becomes as uninteresting as a legendary resistance.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad that that was brought up, because otherwise it is just legendary resistance. But, like, for this one, it's at least from the base, it's like, oh yeah, but you can just do it all the time and you get 3 back every turn. So I don't know. I mean, because it says whenever an effect is used, and it's not even like you said. If you put it on like it's just a bonus action or reaction, even it's just it would make it so much better.
The dragon's firepower ability makes them lose 10 to 20% of their progression toward a fire breath at worst. This is far better than getting crumpled into a chair by true polymorph, or getting turned into little more than a decoration with hold monster. Plus, the firepower ability is an incredibly strong defensive mechanic.
Wait, how do you justify the firepower being used on something that is already true polymorphed? It's already morphed. Can't do it. No.
That's true. It is a specific monster characteristic.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you convert it to sheep power or lizard power, or whatever you
the
have. The
power of wool. Yes.
Yeah. Next to floofy sheep.
One that still allows both narrative and mechanical progress. Let's go back to the beginning. You're running a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
The fighter in the party kicks down the door.
Cool.
The party sees gold abound. The rogue begins pocketing some of it, but the cleric immediately knows something is wrong. From a mountain of gold, a plume of flame erupts. Red claws dig out of the treasure hoard, revealing their true gargantuan.
I love the idea of a dragon keeping a little tiny stuffed animal of itself.
Wait, what?
Right below the dragon mini. That's a little stuffed animal mini.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was a Viking helmet.
Okay.
Oh shit, you're right. It's a Viking helmet.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
I get it.
I was looking at the gold coin next to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of looks more like a horse to me, honestly, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, or like some weird fucking dinosaur.
Yeah.
Or a
Yeah, I'm more worried about that like sarcophagus in the lower right. That's kind of weirding me out.
No, that's okay. We just go and take ancient Egypt.
Sarcophagus?
Bottom right of the whole thing.
Kind of Egyptian looking.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, the headdress.
Yeah.
The part 2 to this boss fight is a mummy lord.
Nice.
What's the broom for? Wait a minute.
Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Yeah. Is that for the kobolds who come in? Well, yeah, true, it is.
The dragon is spewing fire breath on this wooden floor.
Yeah, also that. There's also that.
There's also mountains of gold that would trap and release a lot of heat.
That's okay. I mean, it's a red dragon. That's fine.
You know that could be fun.
Layer action?
Well, not necessarily even a layer action, but just as the fight progresses, the heat in the room will like get higher and higher to the point where it is not tenable to human life.
Yeah, true.
And that is the timer for your battle.
Yeah, that would actually be good. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No, hey Peter, I see you. Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Peter?
We're doing good. Doing good. Thank you for asking. Spartan helmet with horns, true. I was gonna say, semi-related, Shin says, but I got a pan so hot one time that a chicken instantly caught on fire when I dropped it on it. Holy shit. That's insane.
Yeah.
Good job.
I don't think you should be saying good job.
Hey, I think it's a feat, okay? It's a marvel.
That sounds kind of unsafe. I don't know if you should be encouraging
It's incredibly unsafe. Don't do it. Good job. Anyway. I'm so brain dead today. I heard dragon breath, like a dragon breath that breathes dragons. Yeah. Hell yeah. You have a dragon that just burps up little dragons. Absolutely. That would be horrifying.
That reminds me, for my Marvel game, one of my characters wanted to be Squirrel Boy.
Okay.
So we were going to reskin the energy the energy powers into squirrel-based powers.
Hell yeah.
Let me bring up this list right quick. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. Energy.
This sounds a lot like a Vampire the Masquerade character I'm playing currently.
True.
Whose whole thing is raccoons.
That is true.
Yeah.
It is.
So we
just be aware that any idea you bring forth may be stolen.
That's just
so here's
show.
a list of elemental powers, and so these are actually very depending on the element that you choose. So since he chose squirrel as his element, here's a list of some of the powers that he can take: squirrel barrage, squirrel barrier, squirrel blast, squirrel burst, squirrel form. We ruled that he would be composed of squirrels, not turn into a squirrel.
Oh, okay.
Squirrel grab, squirrel infusion, squirrel prison, squirrel protection, squirrel push,
protection,
squirrel reinforcement, squirrel ricochet, squirrel sphere.
Okay,
this is the best one. Squirrel suffocation.
No.
And squirrel supernova.
That's great. I love that.
I like you reflavor elemental adept to be squirrel adept.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. That's right. Oh,
it works for any rodent. It's great.
It's true. It's true.
Have y'all ever seen Enchanted, the Disney movie Enchanted with Amy Adams?
Yes.
There's that great scene when she's cleaning up the apartment and she sings a song to bring the woodland creatures, but she's in New York City.
Yep.
So it's just a bunch of rats and cockroaches and pigeons coming in.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. Peter says there's a mind flayer dragon whose breath is full of tadpoles. It's horrifying. It immediately infects everyone in the blast. Yes, that is true. It's fucked.
That does sound horrible.
It's really good. Okay, let's finish this out.
To inform an ancient red dragon. You tell everyone to roll initiative. Your wizard rolls pretty well and gets an 18. Your ancient red dragon rolled 17.
That's crazy.
Second. The wizard casts Force Cage around your ancient red dragon. Then it's your dragon's turn. Your dragon gives a disturbing grin with teeth that make a party member the size of a toothpick. I've seen my fair share of parlor tricks. They take a deep breath and then douse their arm.
Is it a black screen for everybody else?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
so. Okay. Interesting choice.
It's creating a moment of tension.
I see.
In flame, they rake their massive fiery claws against your arcane bars. The fire burns so hot that it melts through as if it were butter. This is no ordinary flame. The other players are taken aback, as indeed the threat lives up to its name. The wizard player raises an eyebrow. What was that? We'll be solving that conundrum next episode. Leave any example defensive mechanics you got for bosses down below, video suggestions, or any thoughts you had. I'll try my best to respond and give feedback. I love helping people improve their games.
Yeah, cool.
Okay,
I like your little background here that you got. Okay.
Yeah, little pixel art thing.
Yeah, pixel art's always a good time. I like it a lot. Okay.
And on that, any parting ideas? Because I think this is the point where I must withdraw so I can be ready for my own game in the morning.
Well, I don't know. I think I've said most everything that I need to say about it. I mean, that video itself was good, I think.
Yeah, I liked it.
There's just some little touch-ups that it needs for the thing itself. I guess my question to you is, well, why don't you like say everything about your stuff again and tell people a bit about your channel, hey?
Oh, yeah, you can find me on YouTube, of course. I'm As Your GM, formerly As Your DM. I play a little D&D now. I just kind of animate whatever I think is fun at the time. I remade all of Hot Fuzz as a Warhammer 40k video in cartoon form. my crowning achievement of my channel, but also I cover authors that are kind of interesting to look into for D&D subjects. Gameplay videos of some recordings of my own sessions. We watched one earlier today, and for the most part, I just animate whatever I think is fun at the time.
Very cool. Yeah. Link is in the description for everybody. So go and check out Dave's channel, please. It's a good time.
I'll pitch another guest for y'all, Nate from Tabletop Empire. I bet he'd probably love to jump on here.
Let me write this down. Nate from Tabletop Empire. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see about sending a
He also plays Star Wars, but
That's
he's got his own channel as well.
Yeah. That's the thing. I've thought
we,
about playing.
We all have our flaws.
Well, so this is the thing. If I were to play the actual tabletop game of Star Wars, I would have a lot more fun with Star Wars because I could do anything with it instead of making the universe small as fuck. But yeah,
and repetitive.
Yeah.
If you've seen movie 4, you've already seen movie 7.
That's true.
If y'all do Garabingo for your Halloween,
yes, it's going to be part of it for sure.
Okay, yeah. Let me know when that's scheduled. I want to play a Garabingo. I don't know if I jump in for voice for that, but I definitely play.
Sure, yeah. Either way, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. And you're welcome on whenever else you want to come on. We'll just have a little schedule thing as well.
I'll make sure I have good discussion material if I do.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Thanks for having me, and I will depart here.
Of course, pleasure is all of ours.
Yes, thank you for coming on, Dave.
Sure.
Enjoy your evening.
Indeed.
You too.
Goodbye. Okay.
Goodbye. Go on, get.
Let's see. Okay, well, we did it, everybody. We've had another guest on. That's crazy. It's really cool that that we've gotten some people to actually reach out and want to come on. That's sick. I will say, I've also reached out to Juice, if you remember Juice from way back in the day. And he is going to see about coming on during the 200th episode, which is going to be sick, hopefully. Yeah. So I gotta get back with him before that to see if I can schedule that, because if I want to see about scheduling it so that he can come on for a Garabingo, because he's the reason why we've found Garabay.
Yes,
so I just want him to.
It was him that burdened us with the Eldritch lore.
Exactly. I need him to suffer along and see what he's created. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm going to move on to comments. So this is where I will, of course, extend the invitation for my second host here to leave if he wishes.
I shall do so. I have something going on in my early morning.
Alrighty. I will talk to you later then, good sir.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, well, I'm not leaving.
Oh.
So
well,
yeah, I'm forcing you out.
Well, no, but I still have the show to, so like I need the
well,
yeah.
Well, dang. Well,
yeah, well,
that's gonna be a problem. You're gonna have to figure something else out.
Oh, okay. Oh, it did the thing where it stopped showing my ring. What the fuck? All right. Anyway, will Brogan come on to episode 200? I don't know, actually. I will invite him as well. Of course, he's welcome. He's always welcome to come on. But we are definitely not the family-friendly type of channel, so I don't know. He plays the games with us, but I don't know if he wants to come on for any discussions and such, because usually we're a lot more negative than he is. He's a very nice man, and he doesn't like being mean. So and that's not to say that that's a bad thing or anything. Don't get me wrong. I'm fine with if he doesn't want to come on for anything like that, you know? But I will definitely invite him, for sure. He's always welcome. Anyway, he's the Harbinger. Juice is the Harbinger, indeed. He's the Harbinger of our Lord. Okay. So, family friendly, what's that? Exactly. Anyway, let's move on to comments. Hey? Here we go. Let me close this out. Excuse me, put this on, get that on, there we are. Okay, I need a drink of water. Okay. So, first off, we have on last week's episode, we have Timothy saying, "Hello, bros. New lore. Title, What to do with Talithorn. Note, 2 characters in this chapter don't have names yet. Open to name ideas if given. Targasus walked up the stairs of the IMO South Branch building on his way to a meeting of all 3 chairs. He took a deep breath before opening the door, dreading what was on the other side. Upon entering, he saw a small drawing room with a roaring fireplace and 3 armchairs sitting next to a table. 2 others were waiting. First chair. I assume first and second chair are the ones who don't have the names. I got you. Cool. Gonna head out, have a good rest of your stream. Thanks, Peter. You have a good evening. Anyway. First chair. Nice of you to join us, Targasus. Second chair. We thought you got lost. Targasus. I would have come sooner if I wasn't busy doing my job. First chair. Well, by all means, let's get started, so you can find a better use of your time. Second chair. Yes, indeed. It is a topic that seemed like something you would be very interested in, Targasus. How is your close friend Talithorn doing lately? Targasus. What do I look like, his keeper? Second chair. You might, as well be. He talks to you the most. You were one of only 2 he ever trained, with the other being your family member, Leroy. Leroy Alabaster, excuse me. Bottom line is, why has he been growing more and more insane by the day? Not to mention he hasn't done his job in weeks. You very well know a manager of the IMO doesn't last long in the state he is in. Targasus. Are you quite finished? Good. Okay, first of all, Talithorn does not tell me everything. Furthermore, he has told you what is bothering him months ago. Or do you not remember the letters he sent to all the leaders of the branches? First chair. You mean the growing strength of the Moon Valley Kingdom. He's still worrying about that. Oh, right. This weapon he thinks King Cornell wants to make. Targasus. If the information is to be believed, he fears for his future. Great worm dragons are important to the making of the weapon in some way. Second chair. These are rumors. Talithorn has brought up putting King Cornell in jail for the safety of the land in the letters he sent. Do you not see how crazy that is? We have no proof of these plans, no reason to cast doubt, and on top of that, in order to imprison a king, all 4 branches would have to declare war, and the IMO has far too many duties to waste time and resources on that. I understand this, yes. Targasus. Talithorn's spy network hasn't failed him yet, and if he is this scared, then he has a good reason to be. You know just as well as I that he will do something about it with or without the IMO's help. First chair. Do you think King Cornell is dangerous to the land? Targasus. In a general sense, he is no more dangerous than any other kingdom looking to grow their power, and quite frankly, he has proven himself to be a good ruler, inspiring loyalty from his subjects, and adding Veronica's keen eye to the mix makes their rule even stronger. It's this unknown weapon that, and what can be done with it that poses a problem. It would be in our best interest to learn more about this, seeing as this is most likely a magic weapon. It's the IMO's duty to track it, study it, and, if needed, protect it from falling into the wrong hands. First chair. Well, Targasus, you make a good case. This weapon, should it be real, needs to be watched by the IMO. No matter the chances. In order to investigate this, we will need an agent inside the Moon Valley, and I have the perfect person. Targasus, enlighten me. First chair. Your great-great-grandson Leroy, of course. Targasus. Oh, really? And Leroy would be a good choice for this how? First chair. He was sitting with King Cornell at the tournament. They seemed to be getting along well, being seen around town together. And now, being brothers-in-law, I bet King Cornell would love to show off his kingdom, and maybe other things as well. And you can give the job to him. Targasus. Fine. I'm not sure if Leroy will even take the job. We shall see. Second chair. Now back to Talathorn. Targases. He will most likely feel safer after Cornell leaves town, and be more or less back to normal, but I will talk to him just in case. First chair. Wonderful. This meeting is now closed. Well, that's all I got. Have a nice day. Cool. Thank you. Let me just reply to this. An unexpected... Any time. Okay. Cool. Sorry. Okay. Oh, little character moment for Targasus. Indeed, indeed. Okay. So, I will heart that. Very good. Okay, so Rico, also on the same episode, says, I really don't understand that first argument of the first video. Gold is too generic. Good. It's a currency, an abstraction of value. That's what it's supposed to be, right? Exactly. Also, it's not being super useful for most things. It not being super useful for most things only makes it more suitable as a currency, because its only use should be to act as a currency. The way TTRPGs could screw with that is if it's used for spells, etc., which you guys kind of went into with silver, because yeah, that's going to make for a worse currency simply because it's so useful for other stuff. Yeah. And yeah, dragging around giant quantities of gold would and should absolutely come with ramifications. And as I'm typing this, and was going to bring up Mansa Musa, Timothy mentions it in chat, lol, oh, and it's also in the video. Neat. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that whole argument was just so weird in the case of, this was the updated argument, you know? It boggles my mind because it just doesn't seem like it's something that somebody would actually have, right? And yes, these, so, Shin, you said, are these auto-generated responses down at the bottom of Timothy's comment there? Yeah, YouTube now does that, where they're like, oh, hey, do you not know what to say? There you go, it's a thing, auto-generate. Oh, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I really hope that goes away. Because you could absolutely auto-generate your responses, but hey, you didn't come up with them necessarily. Isn't that great? Awesome. Okay. Anyway. Shin says, in last episode, next session below. 2 parts again. Thank you. Oh, also, just again, yeah, for Rico's comment, yeah, I don't know why generic gold would be bad, you know? It should be, as you said, used for just being the currency, because if not, then what are we doing, you know? And again, he never said anything that would be the actual replacement. He just gave us alternatives of give a quest item, or sorry, give favor, or just actual items or something, you know? Which I'm like, yeah, okay. But what about the money, though? Rico and I seem to agree on the topic. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Session 7 begin, commanded Viridi. Roll call. Entropy announced. Sarika, the elven sorceress / cleric, played by Viridi. Shauna, the halfling barbarian, played by Chara. And Tara, the human fighter, played by me. And now for the recap, Viridi said. Our heroines took on a mission to rescue a merchant's kidnapped son from bandits. They found the bandit camp by pretending to join them and took a merchant wagon to hand over to them as proof of their commitment. But after convincing the bandits to indulge in some revelry, they killed off the watchman that night, set fire to the camp, and used the illusory sound of an attacking warband to scare the bandits into running away. Right now, they're descending deeper into a tunnel at the back of the cave, where the bandits, where the bandits had been storing their stolen goods. Shauna proceeded further into the tunnel at the head of the party. Teyra followed behind her, and Sarika at the rear. Or in the rear, excuse me. As they proceeded, the tunnel narrowed until they could only have walked single file before opening into a large room with 4 plain, rough-hewn walls. "No door?" asked Chara. "No," Verity said. "That was one of the problems with the last dungeon. It had all those big, non-intelligent monsters in it. But all the passages were blocked up by doors. How would those monsters have gotten in there, and how were they surviving?" "That's a good question," Entropy said. "How were they surviving, Verity?" Well, Verity thought. "You see, that dungeon just kind of formed from chaos, and so did the monsters in it. It didn't exist long enough for the monsters to starve. It just looked like an ancient ruin because it, formed that way, and then it ceased to exist after we left it. That's my explanation anyway." "Kinda lame," Entropy said. "Indeed, Verity. Not great," Chara agreed. "Hey, it's not that bad," Verity insisted. "It's a bunch of plainer weirdness. I think that's a cool enough explanation." "Super lame," said Entropy. "Total cop-out," said Chara. "Fine, whatever," Verity grumbled. "I could admit using that random dungeon generator was a bad idea for this. I was just trying to make it make sense. We won't use it again." "Thank you," Entropy said. "It takes a big person to admit they were wrong," said Chara. "That's a good point," Entropy said. "Verity, are you sure that's in character for you?" "Would you prefer I didn't?" Verity asked. "Anyway, there are some monsters in the room. Oh, and Sarika had cast mage armor on the way down." "Should you not have declared that before you said there were monsters?" asked Chara. "You two kept annoying me," Verity said. Coiled up at the far end of the room, amidst a mess of bones and partially eaten carcasses, was a large, snake-like monster, 8 feet long, with 4 wide tentacles emerging from the area around its beak-like face. "Who is that Pokemon?" asked Chara. "It's Grick," said Verity, "and here we are without any magical weapons. And none of us spent any skill points into dungeoneering, so we can't even roll to see if we know about its damage reduction," noted Entropy. "WID in this situation?" asked Chara. "Initiative has been rolled," said Verity. Sarika's first, but I'm actually going to delay her action until last." Considering the monster's fleshy body, Shauna drew her recently acquired longsword, and she moved to attack. As she had the drop on the creature, for now, she threw all her force into the attack, sacrificing skill for raw power. Well, we normally do not do this, but that was a 20 to hit, with a power attack value of 3, doing 14 damage before damage reduction, Char noted. So it gets, reduced to 4 damage. Shauna's blade cut the creature deeply enough to elicit a monstrous shriek, though the halfling could feel a stiff resistance in the creature's flesh. Given the strength she had exerted, the damage inflicted should have been much greater. Oh, I'm ready to go to bed. My god. Snapping to its senses, the Grick immediately retaliated. 4 tentacles swatted at the halfling, who fended off 3 of them, but was struck across the face by 1. The creature then snapped at its beak at her, but she blocked this with her shield. Teyra moved up next and swung her Guizarm. I don't remember now. Guizarm. Unfortunately, the polearm's blade found no purchase in the creature's flesh at all, and no damage was done. Not having yet deduced the Grick's unusual toughness, Sarika drew and released an arrow from her bow, the head of which merely slid across the creature's flesh before falling uselessly to the floor. Those last 2 attacks were actual misses, Verity noted, as in failed to overcome AC, but they also missed by less than the monster's natural armor, so I'm not sure how it would be visibly distinguishable from not penetrating AC. "I think that is good enough," said Chara. "The characters obviously are not going to know what damage reduction and natural armor are." By now, convinced that she was going to have to hit it harder, not smarter, Shauna continued slashing at the Grick with her full strength. Unfortunately, her best effort did not avail her this time, and no damage was done. Another miss that time, and I even burned an AP on it, Chara grumbled. That sucks, Chara, Verity said sympathetically. Its wrath still fully focused on Shauna, the serpentine monster continued lashing out at her, but none of its attacks landed effectively this time. That is better, said Chara. So you can also use an AP to use a feat you qualify for but don't actually have, said Entropy. I'm going to use one for power attack, just so Tara can have a chance of doing something useful here. Following Shauna's example, Tara pressed her own attack against the Grick, prioritizing brute force with great effort. And yep, 6 to hit. Unfortunately, she prioritized brute force so much that her attacks completely missed her target, missed as her target wove out of the way. Reality is often disappointing, said Chara. Well, I'm sorry, said Verity. Anyway, Sarika's going to use an AP to boost a magic missile. That'll put it up to caster level 3, which will add 1 more missile to the effect. 2 energy bolts flashed forth from Sarika's outstretched palm, flying unerringly and slamming against the aberration's flesh with an energetic burst. The creature shuddered and began to sag, but continued to move threateningly. And I rolled a 1 on both d4s, because of course I did, said Verity. Hey, it was still a good move, said Chara. Thanks, Chara, said Verity. Keeping up with her strategy of brute force, Shauna pressed the attack with all her might once again, but still failed to inflict any more injury. Of course, I just burned another AP and ended up rolling exactly the enemy's AC, Chara reported, which is a miss. This is what our world is like, viewers, said Verity. Under the Grick's continued assault, 2 more tentacles strikes struck Shauna, but okay. Let me try this again. Under the Grick's continued assault, 2 more tentacle strikes struck Shauna, but she once more avoided its bite. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna hope for a crit, said Entropy. What Entropy rolled instead was a 1. Tara's attack was ineffective. Verity, just send this bastard off, said Entropy. Minimum damage again, said Verity. Still enough, though. That's fine, said Entropy. Sarika's last magic missile exploded against the aberration's beak, and the creature toppled to the ground. I'm not even gonna roll, said Chara. Just coup de grace the damn thing until it's dead. Look at you. You were once so proud, Entropy said of the Grick. Go now and never return. As soon as it was apparent that the monster was unconscious, Shauna and Tara both set upon it, hacking away at the creature until its life was surely extinguished. So yes, CR3 enemy right there, said Chara. Alright, no more mechanics talk, Verity decreed. Part 2. Once the dust settled, Sarika gave Shauna a look over, seeing that the halfling was quite battered. I can give you some healing now, or save it for a blessing, the elf offered. I think a blessing will do more good, Shauna answered, though she spoke through gritted teeth to say it. So are we pressing on? I doubt our harpy friend could have slept through that, Sarika considered, but I don't think we'll get another chance at this if we run now. We don't need a rep for ditching a job, said Tara. I think we can keep going. I agree, said Shauna. Too soon to quit. Very well, Sarika said. A second opening stood in the far corner of the room, where the east wall almost reached the north wall, leading the party again. Shauna proceeded through this gap. Excuse me, I read that too fast, but anyway. Then turned right to follow a corridor behind it that ran the length of the previous room, then turned left again into a second room. This room was about 15 feet wide and 30 feet long, with alcoves on the walls to the sides every 5 feet, where a series of statues may have once stood. At the far end, Tarka the Harpy leaned against one arm of a wide stone chair, mimicking the appearance of a bored monarch on her throne. Didn't think you'd get the drop on me, did you? Tarka asked. My pet makes quite the racket whenever anyone tries to slip in here. Maid, I suppose I should say. No, I didn't, Sarika stammered. You're the boss here, right? We didn't mean to. We didn't mean to. What are you prattling about? Asked Tarka. The camp's under attack, Sarika finally forced out, sounding panicked. We came to warn you. You need to flee. What? Tarka asked, mood shifting instantly. Gardrock should have come. Where is he? He already ran away, Sarika said. At this, Tarka began to look skeptical. He ran away? She asked. That's hard to believe. He would come down here to warn me at the first sign of trouble. A big force of guards came on suddenly, Sarika quickly asserted. They set the camp on fire and everyone ran away immediately. We were the only ones who came in here. Tarka began to look uncertain now. I suppose I'd better go out there and see what's going on, she said. So that actually worked, Chara noted skeptically. It's all in the performance, explained Rady. If you say so. Sliding off her throne, Tarka made for the exit. As soon as she walked past the party, Shauna, Tara, and Sarika all lunged for her. Shauna managed to get a grip on one of the harpy's wings, and Sarika grabbed her around the waist, both getting a punch in. But Tarka was able to jerk away from Tara. Immediately, Tarka began to sing a haunting and alluring melody, tempting her three attackers to a captivating trance. Tara and Shauna both succumbed to the lure, and the halfling releasing her grip, but Sarika caught herself and broke free in time. Tarka then shoved Sarika away from herself, though this required enough effort on her part to disrupt the song. Okay, this is not in the rules, but I feel like spending an AP for another saving throw here would be fair, Chara argued. I'm okay with that, Entropy agreed. Me too, said Verity, and Corridor Harpies about to TPK us otherwise. With another surge of will, Shauna broke out of the trance and once again rushed to grab the harpy. Now better prepared for the attack, Tarka swung her club against the onrushing halfling, but Shauna batted it away with her shield, grabbed onto the harpy again, and punched her in the mouth. Sarika, meanwhile, decided it was a good time to chant her blessing, summoning a divine energy to bolster her allies. Tara remained inactive still, not recovering from the song quite as quickly as her ally. Saving my AP this time, Entropy explained. Giving up on the song for now, Tarka shifted her weight and shoved Shauna away from herself again, then swung her club as the halfling moved back in, striking her hard on the shoulder and keeping her at bay. Sarika tried to lunge again, but her own grab proved wildly inaccurate. Tara now recovered from her trance and tried the same thing, but with better results, gripping Tarka once again, delivering another punch to her stomach. This hold only lasted a moment, as Tarka shoved the human away once more. Okay, I know this is getting repetitive now, but we really have to lock her down, Chara said. Shauna lunged again and took another hit. Sarika tried to grab and missed again. Tara also missed. And now we're starting to get fucked, said Entropy. Free now to attack at full force, Tarka rushed on against Shauna with a vengeance, but Shauna fended her off completely. Sarika shot her bow and missed. Yeah, fuck it, Entropy said. Tara took a step back and swung her Guizarm, raking a deep cut through Tarka's side. Alright. We got us a crit. Suddenly, finding herself in a dire strait, Tarka picked out Sarika as the softest target, advancing toward her and unleashing her full attack. Though her club attacks didn't land, 2 claw strikes raked the elf's flesh and drew blood. Seeing the situation teetering on the edge, Shauna roared and flew into her berserk rage, laying into Tarka with all her wild ferocity and overwhelming the harpy's defenses. Succumbing to her wounds, Tarka dropped to one knee, then fell to the floor. Claiming victory, Shauna knelt down, lifted Tarka's head up from behind, and ran her blade across the harpy's throat. As a circle of blood spread out on the floor, Shauna stood back up and leaned against a wall to calm herself back down and catch her breath. Ahead, to the right of Tarka's throne, the next door waited. This session has run a bit long, though, so we'll pick this back up next time, Verity decided. Cool. Thank you. All right. Thank you for all of the comments, of course, as usual. We appreciate it immensely, of course. Anyway. Oh. Geezarm? I don't know. Try to make it sound like the first and second chairs were trying to throw their power around, but it didn't work on Targasus. Yeah, that sounds right. We might have let ourselves off the hook there with the last AP use, but I really don't like save or die, and at least an AP is a resource that can be used up. True. Save or get totally screwed instantly anyway, because a Harpy song doesn't allow any additional saves as long as it's maintained normally. Gotcha. Well, that's everything, everybody. We did it. I want to say another big thank you goes out to our friend Dave for coming on. We appreciate it, of course. That's as your GM. You can go over there and subscribe and look into the Hot Fuzz, but it's Deathwatch stuff and these campaign formats of the Fire Brigade and all this kind of stuff, intro and everything we've got here. Yeah, it's the 44 rules as well. He's got a video on that, and the comedy kind of stuff that we've got of all these the sessions that he's got here that he's put into stuff that we got to watch one of the videos of. So yeah, go check out Dave's channel, please. It's some good stuff. And yeah, big thanks to coming on. Anyway, thank you all for joining us this evening. If you wish to continue to support us financially, you can by going over to the Patreon and utilizing the patreon.com/tabletalkcrew, or going over to the Ko-fi, ko-fi.com or ko-fi.com/tabletalkcrew. You can be like these table flippers and support us in that way and get access to content before anybody else gets to, with edits, with videos, with audio only stuff. You get to go there and download stuff and listen to it and all that kind of good stuff if you wish, for both Ko-fi and Patreon. For some reason this doesn't have the right session thing on it, but hey, you know, it's great. Anyway, so yeah, thank you to our current table flippers, that being Draco Kraken, Rick, aka Unit Rico, and Steely at tier 4. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And a thank you goes to Crimson Rose at tier 2. And a thank you, of course, goes to our tier 1 contributors. Other ways that you can support us financially if you wish. You can go over to the TeePublic that we have here, the shop front, get the horror logo, get us in profile on stuff, get the old logo and the new Table Talk Crew stuff here if you wish. If you're wondering why I don't have Brogan's little profile, because that's his stuff and I don't want to sell his things without you know, I just don't, I don't feel right about that. If he wants to put that up for sale himself, he can, obviously. But it's not, I don't feel comfortable selling his face for our show, you know, even though he's a part of it for the actual play stuff. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't feel right to me. So anyway, yeah, go get something if you wish. And of course, going over to our website at the support us side, you can see all the things that I've talked about and will talk about, as well as our custom dice that you can buy through a little transaction there, and I will send them to you in a little bag mail thing, and it'll be great. You can use them for all of your tabletop role-playing games or whatever else, really. Go for it if you wish. But yeah. And last but not least, of course, we are partnered with Humble Bundle. In the bottom left there, you can see the little thing. And if you use the link in our description and buy whatever you want through the store, through the choice bundle, through the actual bundles themselves, you support us as well as Tabletop Alliance, which is also linked in the description, so you can find out more about their charity work that they do with tabletop means. We've got a Warhammer Day thing that's very close to being done by the time that this goes out. It's probably over. I don't, maybe it'll have a day. I don't know. I think these are games more so than books and such. But the Call of Cthulhu Encore here, go get it. Call of Cthulhu is great. And where are the other, hello? Hold on. I know there are other book bundles here. Why are you not showing me the ones that I would like? The World of Darkness one is still there. Go and get that. It's good stuff. Anyway, yeah. Obviously all the other stuff is good too. But yeah, go to Humble Bundle using our link in the description if you would, if you want to. You don't have to, obviously. You don't have to do anything that I tell you. I'm not your dad. But anyway, that's it. We've done it. Thank you. Oh, goodness. I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm gonna take melatonin. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna hope that I can sleep longer than 6 hours. And hey, we'll see. But anyway, it's been a good show. It's unfortunate that Boo had his issue that came up beforehand. I really wish that the fate had been kinder, but things are the way they are. We continue on. Okay. Might not be able to commit to commenting every episode soon because stuff has come up that will cause us to not have as much time for writing. Even though I did say the world would end if I didn't comment every time. That's just what's gonna have to happen. Fair. Work is more important than keeping the world from ending. True. Brady does not endorse the above statement. Okay, well, fair. Anyway. Continue watching, liking, commenting, and subscribing for all the people out there in the YouTube land, and for people out there in the audio only stuff. And be excited because the first of the month is coming up. So the next episode of Vampire will be up on the 1st, and then audio only on the 2nd. It's coming for November. I'm actually very happy that I'm doing this monthly because, well, we've had several issues come up that have made it so that we can't play together, or scheduling things that have made it so we can't play together. So it's good that that this is working out and that I can get these things out on a monthly basis. But anyway, thank you once again for hanging out. Thank you once again for watching, and we hope that you continue to enjoy the show. We'll see you later for more stuff. I'll see about doing the thing with the people about Delta Green tomorrow when I wake up, and then do some more editing because I need to start editing some more because I haven't edited in a couple of weeks now. So, yeah. Thanks again. Bye-bye, everybody. Go on. Get out of here. Go on. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because I'm ending the stream. Goodbye.